There is a city that no longer exists by the name it held during the most brutal 200 days in recorded military history. A city on a wide river in the flat grasslands of southern Russia, where the fate of the entire Second World War was quietly, painfully decided, not in a single morning of dramatic assault, but inch by ruined inch, across seasons, across a river, across the limits of what human beings can endure. What happened at Stalingrad from the 17th of July, 1942, to the 2nd of February, 1943, was not merely a battle. It was a collapse, first of a city, then of an ideology's sense of its own invincibility. If you are here for sleep, you have found the right place. The narration ahead is slow and deliberate. It is built for long, quiet hours. But it is also honest. And honesty, when it comes to Stalingrad, demands that we occasionally pause on a statistic or linger on a disagreement between historians, because the truth of this place is too large and too costly to be made smooth. Somewhere between 2 million and 3 million human beings became casualties in and around this one city. Those numbers deserve to be held carefully, so we will hold them carefully. Together, over the hours ahead, there is one thing worth knowing before we begin. Most documentaries about Stalingrad open with the guns. This one opens earlier, in the quiet planning rooms, in the calculations of oil and pride, in the decisions made by men who could not yet know what they were setting into motion. Because the real story of Stalingrad does not begin in the rubble. It begins in the certainty that there would be no rubble, that the whole thing would be finished before winter came. Stay with me. We are going back to the summer of 1942. Chapter 1. The weight of a year already lost. By the spring of 1942, Adolf Hitler had been at war with the Soviet Union for nearly a full year, and the results had not matched the script. Operation Barbarossa, the massive German invasion launched on the 22nd of June, 1941, had been constructed around a single breathtaking assumption, that the Soviet state was, in the memorable phrase of one German intelligence assessment, a rotten structure that would collapse with one firm kick. It did not collapse. It bent, it bled, it gave ground on a scale almost impossible to describe. Hundreds of kilometers of territory, millions of prisoners taken in encirclements that should have ended the war in September, in October, in November, and still it did not stop. The Wehrmacht had stood before the spires of Moscow in December of 1941 and had been driven back in bitter cold by an enemy that military doctrine had described as already defeated. That winter retreat was not merely a tactical setback. It was the first public crack in the image of German military omnipotence that had defined European affairs since 1939. What makes the spring of 1942 so historically charged? And historians have genuinely argued about this, which we will come back to, is the question of whether Hitler, at that moment, still had a path to a negotiated or military conclusion of the war in the East. The simple answer favoured by post-war memoir writing is that the Wehrmacht was already doomed, that Barbarossa's failure sealed everything. The more complicated answer, which scholars like Rolf Dieter Müller and David Glantz have examined from opposing angles, is that Germany still possessed real offensive capacity in 1942, particularly in the south, and that the decisions made in that spring were not the choices of a collapsing power, but of a power that genuinely believed, with some reasonable basis, that one more decisive campaign could still settle matters. It is important to resist the temptation of hindsight here, the temptation to read everything that follows as inevitable. Nothing about the next 12 months was inevitable. Everything was a choice, The German army that emerged from the winter of 1941 to 1942 was not the same instrument that had crossed into the Soviet Union the previous June. The Wehrmacht's armoured divisions, particularly those that had fought along the central and northern fronts, had taken losses that could not be fully replaced. Tank production was still ramping up. Infantry divisions that were rated as fully combat ready in the summer of 1941 had been downgraded in assessment after the ordeal of the Soviet winter counteroffensive. This is worth pausing on. German military intelligence assessments of divisional combat effectiveness from the summer of 1941 compared to those of 1942 show a measurable, documented deterioration. The German offensive in the south was, in some sense, mounted on a thinning foundation. Hitler understood part of this, which is precisely why the southern campaign was designed to be fast. To strike before the Soviets could reconstitute their strength, to reach the Caucasus oil before the logistics of a longer war rendered it necessary to do so. The plan was ambitious. It was also, in places, internally contradictory. On the 5th of April, 1942, Hitler signed Führer Directive Number 41, the foundational document of what would become known as Fall Blau, Operation Blue. The directive laid out the objectives of Germany's 1942 summer offensive on the Eastern Front, with the precision of a man who believed he had already solved the problem and was simply writing down the solution. The primary objective was the oil. The fields at Maykop, at Grozny, above all at Baku. These were the prizes that, in Hitler's strategic assessment, would secure Germany's ability to continue the war and simultaneously deny the Soviet Union the fuel it needed to fight. In one of the most quoted and most contextually debated statements attributed to him from this period, Hitler reportedly said, "If I do not get the oil of Maykop and Grozny, then I must end this war." Whether those precise words were spoken in exactly that formulation has been debated, but the strategic logic they express is unambiguous and is documented across multiple staff conference records. Stalingrad, at this point in the planning, was almost an afterthought. A city on the Volga to be neutralized in order to secure the northern flank of the advance into the Caucasus. It was not yet the obsession it would become. The forces assembled for Operation Blue were formidable, even in their weakened state. The Germans and their allies brought roughly 1,300,000 men to the offensive, supported by approximately 1,900 tanks and 1,610 aircraft. Facing them, the Soviets deployed 1,700,000 troops, with another million in reserve, along with 3,720 tanks and approximately 1,670 aircraft. On paper, the two forces appear more evenly matched than the German advance would initially suggest. But numbers on paper do not capture the decisive factor that would define the first weeks of the campaign. The quality of German combined arms coordination, the doctrine of fast encirclement that the Wehrmacht had practiced and refined since Poland in 1939, remained, in the summer of 1942, genuinely superior to anything the Red Army could mount in response. The Soviets would learn. They were learning with terrible speed. But in June of 1942, they had not yet finished learning. Stalin, for his part, made a strategic error in the spring of 1942 that would cost an enormous price. Convinced that the main German blow in the summer campaign would again fall on Moscow, he committed reserves and attention to the central front that the southern front desperately needed. General Semyon Timoshenko had proposed an offensive from the Izayum salient south of Kharkov, a plan intended to strike first and unsettle the German preparations. Stalin approved it over the objections of his own senior military staff. The offensive began on the 12th of May, achieved initial success, and was then obliterated by a German counterattack that encircled and destroyed much of the Soviet forces in what became known as the Second Battle of Kharkov. The defeat was catastrophic. It shattered Soviet defensive depth in the south at precisely the moment it was most needed, and it left the entire southern front exposed to the blow that was coming. There is a certain terrible irony in the fact that the very offensive Stalin launched to prevent a German summer campaign instead helped to guarantee that the summer campaign would succeed beyond any reasonable expectation. The men who would carry Operation Blue forward were not, in any simple sense, enthusiastic. German divisional diaries from the spring of 1942, as collected by later historians working through German military archives, record a weariness that the official communiques carefully concealed. Soldiers who had marched across the Western Soviet Union in the heat of 1941 and survived the nightmare of the first Russian winter knew in some bone-deep way that the war they had been promised was not the war they had found. The gap between the propaganda of easy triumph and the lived reality of the Eastern Front had already grown very wide by the time the summer of 1942 arrived. And yet the orders came and the men moved, because that is what soldiers do. The great German summer offensive of 1942 was built not only on strategic calculation, but on the momentum of an institution, the Wehrmacht, that had not yet found a way to stop moving forward, even when the arguments for moving forward had grown thin. There is one more element of the spring of 1942 that deserves attention, and it is an element that the historiography has sometimes underweighted in favor of the more dramatic operational narrative that follows. The German satellite armies, the Italian, Hungarian, and Romanian forces that would be deployed alongside, and eventually in place of German, divisions on the flanks of the summer offensive, were not, by any credible military assessment, equipped for the role they were being given. The Italian 8th Army, the Hungarian 2nd Army, the Romanian 3rd and 4th Armies. These were forces that lacked adequate armor, lacked anti-tank capability adequate to the task, and were in many cases equipped with materiel that was already outdated by the standards of 1941, let alone 1942. German liaison officers filed reports noting these deficiencies. The reports were received, acknowledged, and then the plan proceeded unchanged. The decision to hold long, exposed flanks with these formations was not a secret. It was a known risk that was accepted because there were not enough German divisions to cover the line any other way. The consequences of that acceptance would not become clear until November, but they were built into the plan from the very beginning. Operation Blue finally launched on the 28th of June, 1942. The German advance in the first days moved with a speed that genuinely surprised even the German commanders directing it. Soviet forces, still reeling from the Kharkov disaster, offered resistance that was real but uncoordinated, and across the vast, flat steppe of southern Russia, the Wehrmacht's armored spearheads moved faster than Soviet units could organize to stop them. Two major encirclements were formed and destroyed in quick succession. One northeast of Kharkov on the 2nd of July, another around Milerovo a week later. The Hungarian 2nd Army and the German 4th Panzer Army captured Voronezh on the 5th of July. By the end of July, Soviet forces had been pushed back across the Don River. The campaign appeared to be working precisely as designed. And it was in that atmosphere of apparent success, in the heady air of a plan that seemed to be vindicated, that Hitler made the decision that every subsequent German post-war memoir would identify as the hinge on which everything turned. He decided to go after both objectives at once, simultaneously, with the same forces. Chapter 2: The Splitting of the Sword. On the 23rd of July, 1942, Hitler issued a revised directive that expanded and fundamentally altered the objectives of Operation Blue, what had been planned as a sequential campaign. First secure Stalingrad, then drive into the Caucasus, was now redesigned as a simultaneous double advance. Army Group South was formally divided in two. Army Group South A, under Field Marshal Wilhelm List, would drive south toward the Caucasus oil fields with the 17th Army and the 1st Panzer Army. Army Group South B, commanded by General Maximilian von Weichs, would drive east toward the Volga and Stalingrad, led by General Friedrich Paulus's 6th Army and General Hermann Hoth's 4th Panzer Army. The two groups would move in diverging directions, each needing the other's support, neither able to provide it. From this moment forward, Germany was attempting to win two separate campaigns simultaneously, with a force whose strength could have plausibly achieved one of them. The decision has attracted more analytical attention than perhaps any single command choice of the entire war, and the debate among historians is genuinely unresolved. The case against Hitler is simple and powerful. By splitting his forces, he ensured that neither army group had the mass needed to achieve decisive results quickly, extended supply lines beyond what the German logistics system could reliably sustain, and created flanks of enormous length that could only be covered by the satellite armies, whose deficiencies were already documented. The case, if one can call it that, in Hitler's favor, and some historians have made it, is that the operational situation in late July appeared to justify optimism. Soviet forces were in genuine disarray. The pace of the German advance had been extraordinary, and the window for aggressive exploitation seemed, at that moment, genuinely open. Field Marshal Alan Brooke, the British chief of the Imperial General Staff, later observed that Hitler had lost a golden opportunity by carrying on with the desperate attacks on Stalingrad instead of directing Paulus towards Persia and the Middle East. That observation, written in hindsight, actually agrees with Hitler's underlying logic about exploiting the moment. It simply identifies a different direction for exploitation. The dispute is not really about whether Germany should have been bold. It is about what boldness in that particular situation actually required. The practical consequences of the split appeared almost immediately. The 4th Panzer Army, initially ordered south to support Army Group South A, was then redirected north again towards Stalingrad, when the situation there demanded stronger pressure. The result was a massive traffic jam. The 4th Panzer and 1st Panzer armies tangled on the same road network, clogging the arteries of the advance, and, according to the assessments of German officers on the ground, delaying the overall campaign by at least a week. That week matters, not because Stalingrad would have fallen a week earlier. If the traffic jam had not occurred, the subsequent urban battle was never a question of a single week, but because the lost momentum was a symptom of a fundamental coordination problem that no amount of subsequent operational adjustment could fully correct. The Germans were moving in two directions with a system designed to move in one. The logistics were already straining. By the end of July, the front had advanced to a point where the Don and Volga rivers were only roughly 65 kilometers apart. The city of Stalingrad sat in that narrow corridor between the rivers. It had a population of approximately 600,000 people. It stretched roughly 50 kilometers along the western bank of the Volga, a long, thin ribbon of industry, apartment blocks, factories, and rail junctions. The Stalingrad tractor factory in the north was one of the largest in the Soviet Union. The Red October steel factory and the Barricade arms factory were industrial installations of genuine strategic significance. The Volga itself, at Stalingrad, was the primary artery connecting the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea to central Russia, a water highway for fuel, grain, and ammunition that no commander on either side could afford to ignore. All of this was, by the last days of July, within reach. General Paulus could see it from his map. What he could not see from his map was the man who would become his principal adversary inside the city. General Vasily Chuikov had not yet been assigned to Stalingrad in July of 1942. He was an experienced commander, coarse in manner, demanding to a degree that unnerved some of his own subordinates, and possessed of a tactical intelligence that would reveal itself fully only under the specific conditions of urban warfare. On the 11th of September 1942, Chuikov was appointed to command the 62nd Army, the force directly responsible for the defense of the city proper. His appointment came after the previous command structure had struggled to hold the German advance. When Chuikov was told his mission, his response has been recorded in Soviet accounts as follows: "We will defend the city or die in the attempt." This is the kind of quote that documentary narration uses to symbolize determination, and it is genuine. It reflects a real statement by a real person under real pressure. What it cannot fully convey is the operational calculation behind it. Chuikov understood with clarity that the only way to neutralize Germany's overwhelming advantage in aircraft and artillery was to press Soviet forces so close to German lines that the Luftwaffe could not bomb one without hitting the other. He called it hugging the enemy. It was the tactical innovation that would define the entire battle. Stalin's Order Number 227, issued on the 28th of July, 1942, is one of the most debated documents in the historiography of the Eastern Front. Its central injunction, "Not one step back," has become the most famous phrase associated with the Soviet defense of Stalingrad, and it is often presented as a simple story of iron-willed leadership producing extraordinary resistance. The reality is considerably more complicated. The order authorized the establishment of blocking detachments positioned behind Red Army units, with authority to stop, and in some cases, shoot soldiers who retreated without orders. During the battle itself, the 62nd Army, which bore the brunt of the urban fighting, recorded 203 arrests under the order's authority, of which 49 resulted in execution and 139 in assignment to penal battalions. Across the broader Stalingrad and Don fronts, the blocking detachments detained 51,758 men between the start of the battle and the 15th of October, with the vast majority returned to their units. 980 were executed. These numbers are documented in Soviet military archives that became accessible after 1991, and they resist simple interpretation. They are neither evidence of a purely coercive system, nor evidence that coercion played no role. They are evidence of a state under existential pressure, doing what states under existential pressure do, in ways that demand to be recorded honestly, rather than explained away. The German Sixth Army under Paulus first clashed with the Soviet Stalingrad front on the 17th of July, 1942, in the open steppe west of the Don River. more than 100 kilometers from the city itself. The early fighting on the distant approaches was harder than the speed of the previous advance had led German commanders to expect. A significant engagement at Kalach on the Don left German tanks burning on the battlefield. Military historian David Glantz has argued that 4 battles north of Stalingrad, collectively called the Kotluban operations, in which the Soviets committed between 2 and 4 armies in poorly coordinated but deeply costly attacks against the German northern flank, were actually a turning point of the battle even before German forces reached the city. These operations, from late August into October, cost the Soviets more than 200,000 casualties, but measurably slowed the German assault. The Kotluban battles are almost entirely absent from popular accounts of Stalingrad, which tend to focus on the city itself. Another reminder that the frame through which we normally view this history is narrower than the history itself. German forces formed bridgeheads across the Don on the 20th of August. 3 days later, on the 23rd of August, 1942, the Sixth Army reached the outskirts of Stalingrad, and the battle that would come to define the war's center of gravity had formally arrived at the city's gates. That same day, a massive bombing raid by General Oberst Wolfram von Richthofen's Luftflotte 4 dropped approximately 1,000 tons of bombs on the city. It was, at that point, the heaviest single aerial bombardment that had ever taken place on the Eastern Front. The city that had been a ribbon of industry along the Volga became, in a single afternoon, something else. A wilderness of rubble, burning oil storage tanks, collapsed apartment buildings, and exposed ground that would, paradoxically, suit the defender rather than the attacker. Soviet anti-aircraft units, including the 1077th Anti-Aircraft Regiment, whose crew positions were partly staffed by women, opened fire on the attacking German armor from the direction of the Stalingrad tractor factory. The regiment lost 35 guns and sustained casualties across 2 days. Its report praised the courage of its personnel under conditions that the regiment's own records describe as overwhelming. They held their ground. This is where the battle truly began. Chapter 3: The City That Swallowed Armies. The bombing of the 23rd of August, 1942, had destroyed at least 90% of Stalingrad's housing stock, by some estimates. What remained was a landscape that would have been unrecognizable to anyone who had known the city before the war. A terrain of collapsed masonry, exposed basements, gutted factory floors, shattered water towers, and deep ravines that cut through the western bank of the Volga. For the kind of war that Germany had perfected since 1939, fast armor, close air support, open ground, this terrain was nearly useless. Tanks could not maneuver in streets filled with building rubble 5 meters high. Artillery could not be ranged effectively, when a single block might contain a dozen different microterrain features. The very destruction that the Luftwaffe had inflicted on the city was, in one of the war's most enduring ironies, the condition that made the city so difficult to take. General Chuikov understood this. He pushed his men as close to the German front line as physically possible, sometimes 10 meters, sometimes less, and dared the Luftwaffe to bomb them. It could not without killing its own troops. On the 13th of September, 1942, the main battle for the city itself formally began. The Germans launched their assault against the city centre, overrunning the small hill where the 62nd Soviet Army headquarters had been established. German forces captured the main railway station and advanced close enough to threaten the Volga landing stage, the critical crossing point through which all Soviet reinforcements and supplies had to pass. The situation was, in the assessment of the Soviet commanders present genuinely critical. The 62nd Army at this point had been reduced to approximately 20,000 personnel, 90 tanks, and 700 mortars, a force that, by any conventional military accounting, was dangerously inadequate to defend a city against one of the most powerful ground attack formations in the world. It was at this moment that Lieutenant General Alexander Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division was ordered across the Volga into the city, a river crossing conducted under direct German fire on the night of the 13th of September. The division crossed. It suffered extraordinary losses in the first hours, and it held the riverbank. The battle that developed across September and October has been compared, by more than one historian, to the fighting at Verdun and the Somme in 1916. Attritional, grinding, measured not in kilometers gained, but in buildings held and lost and held again. One German officer's letter, captured and preserved, contains a passage that has been quoted extensively in the literature. He described the impossibility of reaching the Volga, despite fighting against what he called suicide squads, noting that the whole war for France was shorter than the fight for one Volga factory. This comparison is not rhetorical flourish. It is a genuine assessment of the tactical situation from someone inside it. The battle for France in 1940 lasted 46 days. By the time that letter was written, the battle for one section of Stalingrad had already outlasted it. The disproportion was bewildering to the Germans, and it was entirely deliberate on the Soviet side. The Mamayev Kurgan, a large hill in the center of the city that provided observation over the entire battle area and across the Volga, changed hands multiple times in the course of single days. Whoever held the Kurgan held a military advantage so significant that both sides were willing to accept casualties on a scale that, in any other context, would have prompted a retreat. Soviet and German soldiers fought for the same railway station building 14 times in the first 3 weeks of the September battle. Artillery fired at ranges so close that the trajectory of the shell was essentially flat. Hand grenades were thrown from one room to the next. The stairwells of apartment buildings became fortifications. In the narrative of the Eastern Front, it is common to describe the scale of the conflict. The millions of men, the thousands of tanks, the hundreds of kilometers of front. Stalingrad compressed all of that scale into the width of a few city blocks. The physical intimacy of the killing is one of the features that makes the battle genuinely different from anything else in the record of industrial age warfare. Pavlov's house stands as perhaps the most widely cited example of what Chuikov's defensive doctrine could achieve. Sergeant Yakov Pavlov led a small unit that seized a 4-story building overlooking Guer, approximately 300 meters from the Volga riverbank. The soldiers fortified the building with minefields, machine gun positions at the windows, and breached walls in the basement for communications and movement. They held the building, unsupported and unrelieved in any significant way, for the better part of 2 months. German maps labeled it as a fortress. General Chuikov's later comment on the defense of Pavlov's house has become one of the most quoted observations of the entire battle. Pavlov's small group of men, defending one house, killed more enemy soldiers than the Germans lost in taking Paris. This is a statement that contains both genuine truth and deliberate provocation. The comparison to Paris is a careful choice, a reference to the most famous of German fast victories, deployed precisely to measure what Stalingrad was costing. Whether the specific casualty claim in that statement is mathematically accurate is almost beside the point. What it captures is the ratio. The appalling ratio between what the defense was costing and what the city itself was worth. The industrial district in the northern part of the city, the Stalingrad tractor factory, the Red October steel factory, and the Barricadi arms factory became the focus of the battle from late September onward. These were not symbolic targets. They were functioning industrial facilities. The Stalingrad tractor factory continued producing T-34 tanks until German assault troops physically entered the building. Tanks were driven off the factory floor, without paint, without gun sights, aimed by looking directly through the bore of the barrel at close range. This detail, which has been verified through multiple Soviet accounts and German records, is one of those moments where the gap between what a war is described as and what it actually was narrows to something almost unbearable. The Red October complex, according to historian Anthony Beevor, had been turned into a fortress comparable to those of Verdun. German Sergeant Ernst Wohlfahrt, whose account appears in several post-war collections, witnessed 18 German engineers killed by a Soviet booby trap in the Barricadi factory complex in a single incident. The fighting in and around those factory halls has been described in the military literature as some of the most intense close-quarters combat ever recorded. On the 14th of October, 1942, the German offensive in the industrial district reached its peak. General Chuikov later described this as the worst single day of the entire battle. The 14th Panzer and 305th Infantry Divisions attacked toward the tractor factory from the west, while the 24th Panzer Division struck to the south. German assault groups broke through to the Volga on this day, splitting the 62nd Army physically in two. The Soviet-controlled strip of the western Volga bank narrowed to approximately 1 kilometer in some places. Soviet reports from this period document multiple regiments wiped out during air raids. The entire staff of the 339th Infantry Regiment was killed in a single morning's bombing, and yet the 62nd Army did not cease to exist. It continued to receive reinforcements across the Volga, trickled in under Luftwaffe attack at night on small boats and ferries, and it continued to hold. In the north, around the Rhinock and Sputanovka districts, German units of the 16th Panzer Division began referring to the area in their own internal communications as Little Verdun. This was not a metaphor adopted for public consumption. It was how German soldiers described their own situation to each other when they thought no one important was reading. By early November, after more than 2 months of continuous urban combat, the Germans held approximately 90% of the city. The 62nd Army had been compressed into narrow pockets along the Volga's western bank. Ice floes on the river were beginning to form, complicating the already dangerous crossing of supplies and reinforcements. The northern factories, Red October, Barricadi, the tractor complex, were still being contested. Colonel Ivan Ludnikov's 138th Rifle Division was effectively cut off. Its position behind the Barricadi factory reduced to such dimensions that it appeared on German maps as a small island of resistance, which Soviet newspapers would later call Ludnikov's Island. From almost every conventional military indicator, the 62nd Army was a formation at the edge of destruction. And far to the west, in the hills and empty steppe on either side of Stalingrad, something was being built in absolute secrecy. Something that no single German soldier in the city and no commander in the Wehrmacht's intelligence apparatus had fully accounted for. General Georgy Zhukov had been thinking about Stalingrad differently from the men inside it. Chapter 4. The Architecture of a Trap. The History of Operation Uranus. The Soviet Counteroffensive. that encircled and ultimately destroyed the German Sixth Army is, among military strategists, a study in the prerequisites for decisive operational success. It required mass, surprise, timing, and an opponent who had committed so deeply to a single direction of effort that his flanks had become an afterthought. By November of 1942, all four of those conditions were in place. The Soviets had spent months quietly accumulating forces to the north and south of Stalingrad. Infantry, tank formations, artillery, cavalry, moving them at night, concealing them in ravines, maintaining radio silence, and strict operational security of a kind that the Red Army had rarely achieved in the first year of the war. The scale of the preparation was extraordinary. By the time Operation Uranus launched, the Soviet forces assembled for the counter-offensive numbered over 1 million men, supported by more than 13,000 artillery pieces and nearly 900 tanks. The contrast with the defenders inside the city, who had been fighting with equipment measured in hundreds and units measured in thousands, is striking enough to stop you for a moment. The plan developed by Generals Zhukov and Alexander Vasilevsky, in consultation with Stalin and the Stavka, the Soviet High Command, was architecturally elegant. Rather than attacking the German Sixth Army directly in the urban hell it had spent months learning to navigate, the Soviets would strike the weakest points on either side of the German position, the Romanian armies holding the long flanks north and south of Stalingrad. This was not a discovery. The weakness of the Romanian flanks had been documented in German assessments, flagged in intelligence reports, and noted with varying degrees of alarm by German commanders on the ground. The Romanian Third Army to the north and the Romanian Fourth Army to the south were formations that, whatever the personal courage of their soldiers, lacked anti-tank weapons adequate to stop a Soviet armored offensive. They had been placed in the line because there were not enough German divisions to hold the entire front, and the question of what would happen if the Soviets struck them hard had been answered. In the planning documents, with variations of "we will deal with it when it happens," the Soviet planners were counting on precisely that attitude. There is a historiographical argument, not fully resolved, about how much the German command knew about Soviet preparations and simply could not respond to, versus how much was a genuine intelligence failure. German aerial reconnaissance did identify Soviet troop concentrations north of Stalingrad in the weeks before the 19th of November. Reports from frontline commanders expressed concern about the exposed flanks. General Paulus himself raised the question of flank security in communications with Army Group B. The response from higher command was reassurance, a conviction shared by Hitler and transmitted down through the chain of command that the Soviets had exhausted their offensive reserve in the fighting within the city and could not mount a major counteroffensive before winter. This conviction was wrong. It was wrong in a way that German intelligence analysis should have caught, and the precise reasons why it did not remain an active area of research among historians of the Eastern Front. What can be said with confidence is that when the blow fell, it fell on a German command structure that had not prepared an adequate response. On the 19th of November, 1942, at 05:20 hours in the morning, the Soviet Southwestern and Don fronts opened the northern arm of Operation Uranus with a massive artillery preparation. General Nikolai Vatutin's Southwestern Front struck north of Stalingrad against the Romanian Third Army. The following day, the 20th of November, the Southern Arm activated. The Stalingrad Front, under General Andrei Yeryomenko, struck the Romanian Fourth Army south of the city. The Romanian defences subjected to an armoured assault of a scale and speed they had never been equipped to resist, broke. This is not a judgment about the quality of the Romanian soldiers. It is a statement about what infantry, without adequate anti-tank weapons, cannot do when confronted by massed tank formations, executing a breakthrough doctrine that had been designed around exactly this scenario. The Romanians held in some places and delayed in others, and then the Soviet armor drove through. German mobile reserves, which might have responded to the breakthrough, could not be effectively deployed in time. The two Soviet pincers met at Kalak, a vital crossing point on the Don River, roughly 60 kilometers west of Stalingrad, on the 23rd of November, 1942. The German Sixth Army, the force that had taken an entire summer to reach the Volga, that had spent 3 months grinding through the rubble of the city, was now surrounded. The encirclement contained not only the Sixth Army, but elements of the 4th Panzer Army, and a collection of support and auxiliary units. Estimates of the encircled force at the moment of encirclement range from approximately 250,000 to 300,000 men. Though subsequent fighting and the chaotic conditions of the encirclement make precise numbers inherently uncertain, the German military had a doctrinal term for this kind of encirclement, a Kesselschlacht, or cauldron battle, and had used it devastatingly against Soviet forces in 1941 and 1942. Now, for the first time, it was being applied to them with the same doctrine by an enemy who had studied their own methods and adapted them. The irony was not lost on the German commanders who lived through it. Hitler's response to the encirclement was immediate, clear, and catastrophic. He ordered the Sixth Army to stand fast. No withdrawal, no breakout. The Sixth Army would hold what it held, form a defensive hedgehog position, and wait for relief. The decision has been analysed exhaustively, and the arguments against it are decisive. The Sixth Army could, in the days immediately following the encirclement, potentially have broken out to the west before the Soviet ring fully consolidated. The window for breakout, according to most operational assessments, was narrow but real. By ordering Paulus to hold, Hitler foreclosed that window. The argument offered in defense of the decision, that abandoning Stalingrad would trigger a wider collapse of the southern front, contains some operational logic, but it requires ignoring the evidence that the Sixth Army itself would not survive the alternative. It was, in effect, an argument that sacrificed one certainty to prevent a possibility. Hermann Göring, commander of the Luftwaffe, provided the intellectual cover for the decision to stand fast by reportedly assuring Hitler that the Luftwaffe could supply the encircled Sixth Army by air. What the Sixth Army required to maintain its fighting strength in the pocket was estimated at approximately 500 tons of supplies per day. The Luftwaffe, operating from distant airfields in deteriorating winter weather against an increasingly effective Soviet air defense, managed to deliver an average of roughly 105 tons per day across the airlift. The gap between what was needed and what was delivered is one of the defining operational facts of the entire campaign. The airlift was not a strategic option that failed because of bad luck. It was an option that was arithmetically impossible from the moment it was proposed. The aircraft were not available in sufficient numbers. The airfields were too far away. The weather was what Russian winter weather is. Historians have debated the degree to which Göring was genuinely deceived about the Luftwaffe's capacity, or knowingly overstated it to avoid losing influence with Hitler. And the evidence suggests the answer is somewhere between self-deception and institutional overconfidence. Either interpretation ends at the same place. Inside the pocket, men were slowly dying of cold and hunger, while the arithmetic of the airlift fell further behind reality every day. Erich von Manstein, arguably the most gifted operational mind in the Wehrmacht. And this is a claim that real debate among military historians, with some ranking Walter Model or Heinz Guderian equally highly, was appointed to command Army Group Don and given the task of relieving the encircled 6th Army. His operation, which began on the 12th of December, 1942, was codenamed Operation Winter Storm. The relief force, built around the 3rd Panzer Corps, under General Friedrich Kirchner, advanced to within roughly 50 kilometers of the 6th Army's southern perimeter, before being halted by Soviet counterattacks, and, critically, by the activation of a second Soviet offensive, Operation Little Saturn, which threatened the entire German position in the south. Manstein prepared a breakout plan for the 6th Army, codenamed Operation Thunderclap, that required Paulus to begin moving his forces westward to meet the relief column. Hitler refused to authorize it. Paulus, who appears in the historical record as a man genuinely tormented by his position, but constitutionally unable to act against direct orders, did not break out. The relief force came 50 kilometers short of the encircled men, and then it could come no further. Chapter 5. Inside the pocket, the Kessel, the German word for the cauldron or pocket, was, by the turn of the year from 1942 to 1943, an area of frozen steppe and ruined city, roughly 55 kilometers from east to west, and roughly 35 kilometers from north to south. Within it, somewhere between 200,000 and 250,000 Axis soldiers, the majority German, but also Romanian, Croatian, and other Allied formations, were now entirely cut off from resupply, except by air. The winter of 1942 to 1943 was an exceptionally cold one, even by the standards of the Russian steppe. Temperatures fell to minus 30 degrees Celsius, and colder in the worst weeks. German soldiers had not been issued adequate winter clothing, one of the recurring logistical failures of the German army in Russia. And frostbite, casualties began to accumulate alongside combat wounds and the accelerating effects of starvation. Field hospitals were overwhelmed. Ammunition for the artillery, never plentiful after the encirclement, had to be rationed to the point where defensive positions could not be held with the weight of fire that military doctrine required. The men in the Kessel were not yet defeated, but the arithmetic of their survival was running in one direction. The question of what was actually available for the men in the Kessel to eat has been the subject of some historical research that is worth pausing on, because the popular image of the Stalingrad pocket as a place of immediate and total starvation somewhat oversimplifies a situation that changed considerably over time. In the early weeks of the encirclement, food reserves and the intermittent airlift deliveries kept rations at a reduced, but not yet catastrophic level. The 6th Army's horses, used for transport, were slaughtered for food as their operational value declined, providing a temporary caloric supplement. By January of 1943, however, the situation had passed beyond critical. The daily ration for a German soldier in the pocket had in some units fallen to levels that modern nutritional science would classify as genuinely incompatible with maintaining physical function over any extended period. Men were dying of hunger in a German army, an outcome that, as late as November, no commander in the Wehrmacht would have believed possible. The psychological impact of this was significant, and, in the accounts of survivors, often described as more destabilizing than the combat itself. Soldiers could process danger. They could not as easily process the sense that the institution responsible for their survival had simply ceased to function. The German command inside the pocket maintained a coherent organizational structure for longer than many contemporary observers expected, and this is one of the more interesting and less celebrated aspects of the battle's final months. General Paulus, whatever else may be said of him, held the Sixth Army together as an organized fighting force through November, December, and into January, in conditions that would have caused many formations to disintegrate. Corps commanders like General Walther von Seydlitz-Kurzbach argued for an unauthorized breakout attempt, and his position that the situation demanded action against orders has been defended by some historians and criticized by others. The argument Seydlitz-Kurzbach made is essentially that military commanders are obligated to act when inaction leads to the certain destruction of their force, and that this obligation supersedes the obligation to obey. The counter-argument is that unauthorized action by a trapped army corps could have accelerated the collapse of the entire front. Both arguments are serious. The men in the pocket who survived the first months did not have the luxury of following the historiographical debate. They had the weather, the rations, and the sound of artillery gradually drawing closer from all directions. Outside the pocket, the strategic situation continued to deteriorate for Germany at a pace that made the fate of the Sixth Army increasingly irrelevant to the broader operational picture, even as it remained the symbolic center of the entire campaign. Operation Little Saturn, launched by the Soviets on the 16th of December 1942, struck the Italian Eighth Army along the Don and shattered it, advancing more than 200 kilometers in some sectors and threatening to collapse the entire southern German front. The Italian Eighth Army suffered more than 110,000 casualties in the operation. The Hungarian Second Army, similarly positioned and similarly equipped, had suffered approximately 143,000 casualties by the end of the campaign. Romania's losses approached 160,000. These are not numbers that represent peripheral setbacks. They represent the destruction of entire national armies, with consequences for the governments in Rome, Budapest, and Bucharest that would shape the politics of those countries for the remainder of the war and beyond. The Battle of Stalingrad, in its strategic consequences, was never only about the Sixth Army. It was about what the failure of the entire German summer campaign meant for every ally that had committed itself to the German cause. The airlift continued, increasingly inadequate, increasingly costly to the aircraft and crews that flew it. Transport aircraft, Junkers Ju-52s, Heinkel He-111s pressed into transport service, flew into the pocket from airfields at Tatsinskaya and Morozovsk, which were themselves eventually threatened and captured by Soviet armored advances. Pilots flew in deteriorating weather under Soviet anti-aircraft fire that grew more effective as the weeks passed, navigating to landing strips inside the pocket that were under artillery fire during the approach. Some aircraft never returned. The supplies they carried, even on successful missions, were a fraction of what the Sixth Army needed. Historians have noted a certain tragic quality to the airlift crew's effort. They flew with genuine determination to deliver what they could, and what they could deliver was simply not enough, by a factor of 4 or 5, to change the outcome. The Luftwaffe lost approximately 490 aircraft in the airlift operation. That is not a footnote. That is a strategic cost in irreplaceable aircraft and experienced crews, paid to delay a result that was already determined. Operation Winter Storm's failure in December had closed the last realistic path to the Sixth Army's survival as a military formation. But the battle did not stop. Soviet forces began a methodical compression of the pocket from all sides, and German units, now desperately short of fuel, ammunition, and food, fought in static defensive positions they could no longer effectively support. The northern and western faces of the pocket held longer than the southern sectors, partly because of terrain and partly because of the German military's deeply ingrained defensive capability. Even broken, even starving, German infantry knew how to organize a defensive position, and Soviet forces paid real costs for every kilometer they advanced. This aspect of the final months, the Soviet operational cost of reducing the pocket, is sometimes underplayed in accounts that reasonably emphasize the German tragedy. The Soviets had more. They had the initiative, the supplies, and the strategic context. But the reduction of the Kessel was not a walk. It was bought with blood on both sides through January, the moment of personal decision for Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus. He was promoted to that rank on the 30th of January 1943, in what was transparently an act of calculation by Hitler, since no German field marshal had yet surrendered, came in the final days of January. The message accompanying the promotion implicitly conveyed the expectation that Paulus would not be taken alive. He reportedly told his generals that he had no intention of shooting himself for this Bohemian corporal. This quote, attributed to Paulus in several accounts, captures something real about the final disintegration of the command relationship between the Sixth Army and Berlin, the exhaustion, the bitterness, the recognition that the sacrifice being demanded had moved beyond military logic into something else entirely. Paulus surrendered on the 31st of January, 1943. The Northern Pocket, under General Karl Strecker, held for 2 more days. On the 2nd of February, 1943, the remaining Axis forces in the Kessel, approximately 91,000 men, laid down their arms. Chapter 6, The Count of the Cost. The 2nd of February, 1943, is one of those dates where the formal ending of a military event and the full reckoning with its meaning occupy very different timescales. The guns stopped, or rather, they stopped firing, at this particular encircled pocket, and the immediate tactical situation resolved into the mechanics of prisoner collection, the organization of surrender columns, and the first assessments of what had actually happened. 91,000 men from the 6th Army and elements of the 4th Panzer Army were taken prisoner. The statistics of what happened to them in Soviet captivity are among the most somber in the entire record of the war. Of those 91,000, historians estimate that roughly 5,000 survived to return to Germany, with the majority dying in the years of captivity that followed from disease, malnutrition, and the conditions of Soviet prisoner of war camps. This is worth holding for a moment, because it means that the surrender on the 2nd of February was not, for most of the men involved, a survival event. It was, for the great majority, simply the point at which one form of dying gave way to another. The Battle of Stalingrad for the German 6th Army did not end on the 2nd of February. It ended for the last survivors some years later, in camps scattered across the Soviet Union. The total casualty count for the Stalingrad campaign resists precise quantification, and historians who work in this area are consistent in noting that the range of estimates is wide enough to be operationally significant. For the German forces directly involved, the losses in and around the city were over 300,000, approximately 35,000, wounded evacuated before the encirclement closed. approximately 100,000 killed in combat, and approximately 100,000 captured at the final surrender. The broader German casualties, including all units of army groups A, B, and Don involved in the campaign, add another roughly 300,000 to this total. The satellite armies, Italian, Romanian, Hungarian, suffered a combined total approaching 400,000 casualties across the campaign. For the Soviets, official Soviet-era figures placed losses at over 1 million, and post-1991 Russian archival research suggests the figure of approximately 478,000 killed or missing, and 650,000 wounded or sick as one set of estimates, with other calculations arriving at higher totals. The total dead across both sides, a figure that includes civilians, which is itself a deeply uncertain number, is placed by serious historians somewhere between 1 million and 3 million. That range of uncertainty, across an order of magnitude spanning 2 million human lives, is itself a fact about the scale of Stalingrad that demands acknowledgement. The immediate German response to the surrender, in terms of public information, was a period of enforced silence. The German public had been told, through November and December, that the Sixth Army was holding firm, that relief was coming, that the situation was difficult but under control. The news management of the Stalingrad crisis within Germany is a subject that has been examined by historians of the Nazi home front, and the picture that emerges is of a regime attempting to calibrate the release of bad news in ways that would minimize the political damage. When the surrender was finally announced, on the 3rd of February 1943, it was presented through the language of heroic sacrifice. The Sixth Army had held to the last against overwhelming odds. Its soldiers' courage would live forever in German memory, and so on. This framing was not entirely cynical in its intent. Some of those who delivered it believed it, but it did nothing to address the question that the German public was, by this point, quietly asking, if the Sixth Army had died heroically, what exactly had been gained? The answer: nothing. No ground held, no strategic objective secured, no delay of consequence purchased, was one that the official narrative was not designed to contain. General Vasily Chuikov, the commander of the 62nd Army, emerged from the ruins of Stalingrad as one of the war's defining figures, not in the way that generals are sometimes made famous through a single dramatic act, but through the sustained, grinding management of an impossible defense across nearly 5 months of continuous urban combat, the operational doctrine that Chuikov had developed inside the city, the hugging tactic, the aggressive use of storm groups in close quarters fighting, the deliberate disruption of German combined arms coordination by eliminating the space between the two front lines would be studied, adapted, and taught in Soviet military academies for decades. It represented a genuine tactical innovation under fire, developed empirically in the course of the battle itself, rather than imported from doctrine. The 62nd Army, which was redesignated the 8th Guards Army after the battle in honor of its service, carried Chuikov through the remainder of the war, all the way to Berlin. The connection between Stalingrad and the final Soviet victory in Europe is not merely symbolic. The men who fought in Stalingrad were, many of them, the men who finished the war. General Friedrich Paulus spent the years following his surrender in Soviet captivity, an experience that, by his own accounts and those of his captors, transformed him in ways that his pre-Stalingrad biography does not predict. He became a vocal critic of the Nazi regime while in Soviet custody, participating in committees of captured German officers organized by the Soviets. for propaganda purposes and eventually settled in East Germany after the war's end. His public statements after the war, taken at face value, suggest a man who had processed his experience at Stalingrad as a personal reckoning with obedience, with what it had cost him and the men in his charge to follow orders past the point where military judgment demanded otherwise. Historians have assessed these post-war statements with varying degrees of charity, noting that the conditions of his captivity and settlement in East Germany complicate the interpretation of statements made in that context. What can be said without qualification is that Paulus's trajectory, from the architect of the final German push into Stalingrad to a critic of the regime that sent him there, is one of the stranger biographical arcs of the entire war, and one that the history tends to spend insufficient time examining. For the Soviet High Command, the victory at Stalingrad was real and significant, and also, as General Zhukov and other senior commanders understood very well, incomplete in a specific sense. The Sixth Army had been destroyed, but the Wehrmacht had not been broken. The counteroffensive that followed the encirclement, Operation Saturn and Little Saturn and their successors, had torn huge gaps in the German front, and in January of 1943, it briefly appeared that the entire German position in southern Russia might collapse. That collapse did not materialize, primarily because of Manstein's extraordinary management of the German retreat. What became known as the backhand blow at Kharkov in February and March of 1943, in which Manstein stabilized the front and even recaptured the city of Kharkov. Soviet overconfidence in the immediate aftermath of Stalingrad. A tendency to assume that the Wehrmacht's fighting capacity had been more thoroughly degraded than it actually had been, led to operational overextension and significant Soviet casualties before the front stabilized. The arc from Stalingrad to the end of the war in Europe was not a smooth, continuous Soviet advance. It was hard, costly, and punctuated by setbacks. Stalingrad made the eventual outcome much more likely. It did not make it easy. Chapter 7. The historians in the archive, the historians who have most shaped our understanding of Stalingrad, worked in a discipline that was, for decades, operating with one hand tied behind its back. The Soviet archives, the military records, the political officer reports, the divisional journals, the NKVD files, the communications between Chuikov and the Stavka were classified documents, inaccessible to Western researchers, and selectively accessible even to Soviet scholars who operated under the pressure of producing a history consistent with the ideological needs of the state. What this meant in practice was that the English language and German language historiography of Stalingrad up until the collapse of the Soviet Union was built substantially on German sources. The memoirs of surviving commanders captured German military records, post-war testimonies gathered by Western intelligence, combined with the officially sanctioned Soviet narrative, which was rich in heroic detail and sparse in precisely the kinds of operational specifics that military historians need to understand why things happened the way they did. The result was a history that was accurate in its broad outlines and systematically distorted in its details. A history that knew the score, but not always how the goals were scored. The opening of Russian archives after 1991 changed the field in ways that are still being worked through. Antony Beevor's 1998 book on the battle, which became the most widely read English language account, was built substantially on newly accessible Soviet sources alongside German records, and drew sharp criticism from some Russian historians and officials who objected to its treatment of Red Army discipline measures and atrocities committed by Soviet forces both during and after the battle. The Russian State Duma passed a resolution criticizing the book. Beevor has maintained that his account is sourced and accurate. The controversy is instructive, not because one side is obviously right, but because it illustrates something genuinely important about Stalingrad as a subject. The battle is not only history. It is living memory, national identity, and political argument simultaneously. And these things do not stay politely separate from each other when historians sit down to work. The city itself, now called Volgograd, renamed in 1961 in the process of de-Stalinization under Nikita Khrushchev, still bears the name of Stalin for a handful of days each year, when the city council votes to temporarily restore Stalingrad to official signage for commemorative occasions. The politics of what to call the place have not fully settled 80 years on. David Glantz, the American military historian, who has spent more of his career than perhaps any other English language scholar on the military operations of the Eastern Front, has argued that the conventional framing of Stalingrad as a story of Soviet heroism inside the city defeating German strength systematically underweights the operational context that made the urban battle winnable. Specifically, Glantz has documented the series of Soviet offensive operations along the flanks and approaches to Stalingrad. The Kotluban operations north of the city, the attacks along the Don, that are almost entirely absent from popular accounts. These operations were costly failures in many of their immediate tactical objectives. But they served a strategic purpose. They consumed German reserves, disrupted German planning, and prevented the Sixth Army from concentrating its full combat power inside the city. The men who died in those forgotten operations along the Don and in the steppe north of the city died without the narrative recognition given to the defenders of Pavlov's house or Mamayev Kurgan. Their sacrifice was real, and its contribution to the outcome was real. The historiography simply did not, for most of the post-war period, have the documentation to acknowledge it. Vasily Grossman was a Soviet war correspondent who spent extended time in Stalingrad during the battle, and whose subsequent literary work, particularly the novel Life and Fate, which was completed in the late 1950s, but suppressed by Soviet authorities, and not published in the Soviet Union until 1988, constitutes one of the most searching human documents produced by anyone who witnessed the battle. Grossman's journalistic dispatches from Stalingrad are archived and have been collected and published. They represent a layer of contemporaneous observation that is distinct from military records and distinct from post-war memoir. He wrote about the faces of soldiers, the smell of rubble, the specific sound of artillery at close range, and the way that time changed inside the city. The way that days and nights lost their normal structure under conditions where the threat of death was continuous and undiscriminating. His notebooks contain a passage, recorded during the battle itself, in which he observes that the city had become, in some sense, a living thing. That the rubble was not inert but was itself a participant in the defense, channeling movement, providing cover, shaping every tactical decision made by both sides. This is the observation of a writer, not a military analyst, and it captures something that military analysis, with its quantitative language, genuinely cannot. The rubble mattered. It was a weapon. The German memoir literature on Stalingrad is extensive and, as with all memoir literature, requires careful handling. The accounts of surviving officers, Paulus's post-war statements, the memoirs of General Hans Dohr, the accounts collected by German historians, working in the 1950s and 60s, tend towards certain recurring explanatory patterns. Hitler's interference in operational decisions is given primary causal weight. The fighting capacity of German soldiers is emphasized. The role of the satellite army's failure is noted but not dwelled on, and the Soviet operational achievement tends to be acknowledged only, grudgingly framed in terms of weight of numbers rather than operational skill. This last pattern is worth noting explicitly because it was a systematic distortion that influenced Western historiography for decades. The view that the Soviets won at Stalingrad primarily through the application of overwhelming numbers, the steamroller thesis, was empirically unsustainable even from German sources, but was nonetheless the dominant Western interpretation through much of the Cold War, largely because it was ideologically convenient and because the evidence to refute it was locked in Soviet archives. The operational sophistication of the Soviet planning for Uranus, the security measures, the deception operations, the coordination of multiple fronts, represents genuine military achievement that deserves to be assessed on its merits, not explained away. General Georgy Zhukov remains one of the most analyzed and most contested figures in the entire literature of the Second World War. His role in the planning of Operation Uranus, specifically the degree to which the encirclement concept was his idea versus Vasilevsky's versus the collective product of the Stavka, has been debated in both Russian and Western scholarship with the kind of intensity that reflects the stakes. Zhukov's reputation in Russian national memory is enormous, and the question of credit for Stalingrad therefore matters politically as well as historically. What is not in serious dispute is that Lakov spent the weeks before the Soviet counteroffensive visiting the fronts, assessing the readiness of the forces being assembled, and providing the Stavka with detailed assessments of timing and force requirements that directly shaped the final plan. He was, by any reasonable assessment, the most consistently capable senior commander on the Soviet side throughout the war. Not infallible, not without serious errors, but possessed of operational judgment that the Red Army desperately needed in 1941, and had developed the machinery to use effectively by 1942. The transformation of the Red Army between the catastrophes of 1941 and the operational proficiency of November 1942 is itself one of the most remarkable institutional stories in the history of modern warfare, and it is a story that does not get told often enough alongside the tactical narrative of the battle itself. The city's civilian population during the battle presents a historiographical and moral challenge that the literature has not always adequately confronted. Estimates of the civilian population remaining in Stalingrad when the German assault began in August of 1942 vary, partly because evacuation efforts had been underway since July, and partly because the chaotic conditions of the battle make records incomplete. A significant number of civilians, perhaps 40,000, perhaps more, remained in the city during the initial German assault and the subsequent months of fighting. They lived in basements, in sewer systems, in the ruins of buildings, in conditions of cold, starvation, and constant danger that the military records acknowledge but do not document with the same granularity as the movements of infantry regiments. Some civilians were used by both sides for labor, for intelligence, for the physical maintenance of defensive positions. Some were caught in the crossfire. Some survived. The systematic documentation of the civilian experience of Stalingrad is, compared to the military documentation, thin. A fact that reflects both the conditions of the battle and the priorities of the record-keeping institutions on both sides, neither of which was primarily concerned with counting the cost to the people who had lived there before the armies arrived. Soviet political officers, the commissars attached to military units, occupy a complicated position in the Stalingrad literature. The commissar system, which had been reformed and reorganized multiple times in the early years of the war, placed political officers in units with the dual function of maintaining political reliability and, at least in theory, contributing to the practical management of the unit's welfare and morale. In practice at Stalingrad, the accounts suggest a wide variation in how commissars functioned. Some were regarded with resentment and distrust by the military officers alongside whom they served. Others were valued participants in the management of unit cohesion under extraordinary stress. Nikita Khrushchev, who was a senior political officer at Stalingrad, a member of the military Soviet for the Stalingrad front, was present throughout much of the battle, and his later account of events during his years of political power in the 1950s and early 60s was inevitably shaped by his personal role in the campaign, which complicates his testimony as a historical source in ways that scholars have carefully noted. The political history of Stalingrad and the military history of Stalingrad are not separate tracks. They run together through the same ruins on the same days. The question of what Stalingrad meant to the German home front, not to the command, not to the army, but to ordinary German civilians, is one that has attracted serious historical attention, particularly in the work of scholars examining the sociology of the Nazi state under military pressure. Surveys of German civilian morale conducted by the security service of the SS, the Sicherheitsdienst, in the weeks following the surrender are among the most striking documents of the late Nazi period. They record a level of shock, grief, and doubt that the regime's propaganda apparatus struggled to manage. For much of the German public, Stalingrad was the first unambiguous, unqualified, publicly acknowledged German military defeat. The falls of cities in North Africa, the retreat before Moscow, these had been managed rhetorically, explained as tactical withdrawals. Minimized in scale, Stalingrad could not be minimized. An entire field army had ceased to exist. Its commander was in Soviet captivity. The propaganda machinery that had spent 3 years building an image of German invincibility had to explain something it had never been built to explain: a catastrophic, total, unambiguous German defeat. The language it reached for, sacrifice, honor, the Sixth Army buying time for others, was not false exactly. But it was insufficient, and the German public, by February of 1943, appears to have understood that it was insufficient, even if they could not say so. The Stalingrad battle's place in the larger history of the Second World War is now settled in its broad outline, but still contested in its details. It is universally recognized as a turning point, the moment at which the strategic initiative on the Eastern Front passed from Germany to the Soviet Union, never to return. What continues to generate argument is the question of how decisive that turning point was in the context of the war's overall outcome. Some historians, examining the Western theatre and the global economic dimensions of the conflict, have argued that the fundamental turning points of the war were determined before Stalingrad, at Midway, in the Battle of the Atlantic, in the entry of the United States, and that Stalingrad's significance, real as it was, needs to be placed within a frame that includes these other decisive moments. Others, working primarily on the Eastern Front, argue that the scale of the fighting in the East where Germany committed between 60 and 75% of its ground forces for most of the war, means that the turning of that front was the turning of the war, and that Stalingrad was where it turned. Both arguments contain truth. They are not mutually exclusive. Stalingrad was the Eastern Front's most decisive battle and one of the most decisive battles in the history of the conflict. Those two statements can coexist without cancelling each other. Chapter 8. The man who commanded Friedrich Paulus was born in 1890 and had spent his entire adult life as a military professional. He was not, in the assessment of those who served with him, a man of unusual charisma or individual military daring. He was a precise administrator, a careful staff officer, a man whose strengths were organizational. The planning, the coordination, the management of complex moving parts, rather than the quick, intuitive judgment that the fluid conditions of the Eastern Front so frequently demanded. He had served as a staff officer in the First World War, had risen through the interwar Wehrmacht with steady competence, and had been one of the planners of Barbarossa itself. A fact that, when examined in the context of what Barbarossa became, carries a weight that Paulus himself appears to have found difficult to process in his post-war years. When he was assigned to command the Sixth Army in January of 1942, replacing Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, who had died of a stroke, Paulus had never previously commanded a large formation in combat. He was, by Wehrmacht standards, a corps-level commander placed in an army-level command. At the moment, the army was being asked to do something unprecedented. This is not an excuse for what followed. It is context that the simpler verdict that Paulus was weak, irresolute, too obedient, tends to skip over. Vasily Chuikov's biography before Stalingrad is considerably less distinguished than his biography after it, which is itself an interesting fact about the relationship between environment and military reputation. He had served in the Russian Civil War, had participated in the Soviet-Finnish Winter War of 1939 to 1940, a campaign whose poor performance by the Red Army is sometimes treated as a predictor of Soviet vulnerability in Barbarossa, and had spent time as a military advisor in China, which gave him exposure to urban and guerrilla, fighting in conditions that the European theatre of the Second World War did not precisely replicate, but may have informed his thinking. In the first year of the war against Germany, Chuikov held various command positions without particular distinction. He was not, by the autumn of 1942, a general that the Soviet military establishment had identified as a future star. His appointment to command the 62nd Army in September of 1942 was in many respects a pragmatic decision. The situation required someone who could be trusted not to break, who had enough experience to function under extreme pressure, and who was available. What the appointment revealed was that Chuikov's particular qualities, his stubbornness, his tactical flexibility, his willingness to stay physically close to the fighting, were precisely the qualities that the specific conditions of the Stalingrad defense demanded. Different conditions would have required different qualities. The genius of Chuikov's command at Stalingrad was partly a genius of fit between the man and the moment. Nikolai Vatutin, who commanded the Southwestern Front during Operation Uranus, is a figure whose historical profile is complicated by the manner of his death. He was killed in February of 1944, ambushed by Ukrainian insurgent army fighters, a reminder of the multiple simultaneous conflicts being fought across the Soviet Union's territory in those years, and his career was therefore cut short before he could accumulate the post-war reputation that Zhukov and Rokossovsky, who survived, would build in subsequent decades. Vatutine's management of the southwestern front's contribution to Uranus, the northern pincer that drove toward Kalak, demonstrated an operational confidence and speed of exploitation that German commanders found genuinely alarming. The 1st and 26th Tank Corps, which led the Soviet armor through the broken Romanian lines, covered approximately 140 kilometers in the first days of the offensive, reaching Kalak ahead of what German planning had assumed was the minimum Soviet timetable. This was not simply the product of superior numbers. It was the product of planning that had anticipated and prepared for rapid exploitation. A genuine operational capacity that the Red Army of 1941 had not possessed, and the Red Army of November 1942 demonstrably did. Erich von Manstein's conduct during and after the Stalingrad crisis raises historical questions that have not generated easy consensus. His operational management of the relief attempt in December of 1942, the attempt to reach the pocket that came close enough to make the failure painful but never close enough to change the outcome, has been praised and criticized in roughly equal measure by subsequent analysts. Manstein's own account, in his post-war memoir Lost Victories, presents the failure as the product of two factors: Hitler's refusal to order the Sixth Army to break out, and the activation of Soviet pressure elsewhere on the front that required him to divert forces from the relief operation. Both factors are real and documented. The argument about whether Manstein could have done more, whether a different approach to the relief, or a more forceful advocacy for a breakout order, or a willingness to act on his own authority, is one that military historians have conducted with the kind of careful, evidentiary seriousness the question deserves. What is generally agreed is that by mid-December 1942, the operational window for rescuing the Sixth Army in any meaningful sense had closed, and that the closing of that window was only partly within Manstein's control. He was managing a catastrophe that had been designed into the campaign from July, and managing it with forces that were insufficient for the task. General Walther von Seydlitz-Kurzbach, who commanded the 51st Corps within the Sixth Army, represents one of the most morally complex figures in the entire German narrative of Stalingrad. He was among the most vocal advocates within the pocket for an unauthorized breakout in November and December of 1942, when it might still have been possible. His arguments to Paulus were rejected, and his subsequent conduct in Soviet captivity, including his participation in the National Committee for a Free Germany and his anti-Nazi broadcasts aimed at German soldiers, earned him a death sentence from a German military court in absentia, and the lifelong condemnation of many of his former colleagues. The ethical framework through which his choices can be evaluated is genuinely difficult, and historians have approached it from several directions. The argument that his post-surrender activities were collaboration, driven by self-interest or ideological conversion, has been made. The counter-argument that a commander whose government had sacrificed his army for a city it could not hold, in service of a war it should not have fought, had reached a point where his obligations to that government were voided, is also a serious argument. Seydlitz-Kurzbach returned to West Germany in 1955. The same year, the last German prisoners were repatriated from the Soviet Union and died in 1976, without, as far as the historical record shows, arriving at a settled peace with what he had done and what had been done to the men in his command. The Soviet political control of the battlefield, the physical presence of NKVD units, blocking detachments, and political officers throughout the defense of Stalingrad, operated alongside the military command in a way that Western military doctrine finds structurally foreign, and this foreignness has sometimes distorted the analysis. The standard Western military analytical framework assumes a relatively clean separation between military command and political control, and assesses performance primarily through the lens of tactical and operational decision-making. The Soviet system in 1942 did not work this way. Political officers participated in decisions about unit disposition, about the treatment of soldiers who had retreated, about the information that reached higher command from lower units. This parallel structure created friction, created double reporting, created situations where military commanders made decisions partly on the basis of what the political officer would report upward. And yet, at Stalingrad, this system, with all its complications and its capacity for terrible coercion, produced a defense that did not break when, by any conventional military calculation, it should have broken. Whether it was the system that produced the result, or whether dedicated men produced the result in spite of the system, is a question the historiography has not resolved. Both things appear to be simultaneously true, which is one of those unsatisfying but accurate conclusions that good history sometimes reaches. The German officers at the tactical and operational level, the battalion and regimental commanders who actually directed the assault on the city, left a record of increasing frustration that contrasts sharply with the confident operational language of the summer campaign. Unit war diaries from October and November of 1942 show formations that had begun the year rated at full combat strength, reduced to the effective combat power of companies. The concept of Kampfgruppe, battle group, which appears with increasing frequency in German records from this period, reflects an institutional response to cumulative losses. As the organic structure of regiments and battalions was destroyed by casualties, surviving elements were amalgamated into ad hoc formations, under whoever was the senior surviving officer. Some Kampfgruppen bore the names of their commanders, men whose names appear in divisional records and then disappear with the casualty lists. The German tactical record of the city battle is, in many places, a record of capable and experienced officers attempting, with diminishing resources and increasing urgency, to solve a problem. The reduction of a defended urban zone against a defender who had chosen the terrain and the method of fighting that their training and experience had not prepared them for. Not because they were poor soldiers, because Chuikov had made the city into something their doctrine could not digest. Alexander Rodimtsev's 13th Guards Rifle Division, which crossed the Volga into the city on the night of the 13th of September, 1942, has become, in the Soviet and Russian memory of Stalingrad, something close to a legend formation. The crossing itself, conducted under fire, in small boats and on rafts, with the entire Volga crossing exposed to German observation and fire from the high western bank, resulted in casualties during the river crossing that are described in the division's own records as severe. The men who reached the western bank and pushed into the city centre arrived into a situation where German forces were within hundreds of meters of the Volga landing stage. The survival margin was, in the literal physical sense, very small. Rodimtsev's subsequent management of his division in the city, fighting, drew on the Guards' formation's training and cohesion, but it drew even more heavily on the quality that Chuikov demanded from all the formations under his command. The willingness to fight forward, to keep the pressure on, to deny the Germans the breathing space that the German combined arms doctrine required to function. The 13th Guards held their positions. They paid for them. And the price they paid in those first weeks bought time that made everything that followed possible. The Soviet sniper program at Stalingrad has been documented in enough detail and dramatized in enough popular culture to have achieved a kind of independent existence in the public imagination that is partly separate from the actual historical record. Vasily Zaitsev, the most famous Soviet sniper at Stalingrad, was credited with over 200 confirmed kills during the battle, and his story, including the alleged duel with a German master sniper, the identity of whom has been the subject of historical debate for decades, was the basis of the film Enemy at the Gates, released in 2001. What the popular account captures correctly is that the Soviet military at Stalingrad deliberately cultivated and publicized its sniper program as a component of both military effectiveness and morale management. Zaitsev was real. His skill was real. The Soviet sniper schools that trained hundreds of soldiers in the techniques he helped to develop were real, and their graduates inflicted real casualties on German personnel at ranges that conventional infantry tactics could not match. What the popular account sometimes overstates is the degree to which the sniper program was a primary tactical element of the defense, rather than one element among many in Chuikov's overall approach to grinding down the German assault. The snipers were important. They were not decisive in isolation. The logistics of the Volga crossing, the chain of supply that kept the 62nd Army alive for the duration of the battle, has received less popular attention than the combat itself, but it deserves its own careful examination. The crossing was approximately 800 meters of open water, exposed to German air attack by day and to German artillery by night. Every soldier, every round of ammunition, every food package, every medical supply, and every casualty evacuation had to pass through this bottleneck. The organization that managed the crossing, under Rear Admiral Dmitry Rogachev, commander of the Volga military flotilla, maintained the crossing under conditions that no peacetime naval doctrine would have recognized as operational. Flat-bottomed rivercraft, improvised ferries, boats held together with field repairs. These were the vessels of the Stalingrad resupply. German attacks on the Volga crossing, by aircraft, by artillery, by the gradual approach of German forces to the riverbank itself, made every crossing a calculation of risk. The ferry crews and naval personnel who operated the Volga crossing were not celebrated in the same terms as the infantrymen holding the factory buildings, but the defense of the city would not have been sustained without them. The 62nd Army's survival was, ultimately, a logistics story as much as a combat story. Chapter 9. The Geography of Ruin. The terrain of Stalingrad as a military environment requires some careful description because the city's physical geography shaped almost every tactical decision made during the battle in ways that are not always obvious from operational maps, drawn at a scale that shows fronts as lines rather than as tangles of rubble. The city ran roughly 50 kilometers along the western bank of the Volga, north to south, a thin ribbon of industry and habitation pressed against the river. The ground behind it, to the west, was open steppe, relatively flat, the kind of terrain on which the German army had fought with great effectiveness across the summer. But between the open steppe to the west and the Volga to the east lay the city itself. And the city was not a single uniform environment. It was a collection of distinct zones, each with its own tactical characteristics, its own strengths for the defender, its own challenges for the attacker. Understanding those zones is necessary to understanding why the battle took the shape it did. The factory district in the northern part of the city centered on the Stalingrad tractor factory, The Barricadi Arms Factory and the Red October Steel Factory was the industrially and militarily most significant zone. These were not small installations. The tractor factory complex covered an enormous area of workshops, machine halls, storage buildings, and open yards, all connected by a network of internal rail lines and surrounded by workers' settlements that had themselves been converted into defensive positions. The buildings themselves were constructed of reinforced concrete and heavy brick, materials that absorbed artillery fire differently from residential structures that could be held by small groups of defenders against much larger attacking forces that channeled movement and created fields of fire that the defender could prepare and the attacker had to discover under fire. The battle for the tractor factory complex lasted weeks. The battle for the Red October and Barricadi complexes, which continued into November, was among the most concentrated periods of close quarters fighting in the entire battle. German forces that had advanced across hundreds of kilometers of open steppe in July and August found themselves, in October, measuring progress in meters inside buildings, where the smoke and dust and proximity of the enemy made conventional command and control almost impossible. The Mamayev Kurgan, the large hill that dominated the center of the city, has been described by every military analyst who has studied the battle as the single most contested piece of ground in the entire engagement. It is a natural prominence, rising roughly 102 meters above the surrounding terrain, whose significance was immediately apparent to both sides when the battle for the city began. From the Kurgan, the entire battle area was visible. Artillery could be directed across the length and breadth of the city, and across the Volga to the eastern bank, where Soviet reserves, headquarters, and supply dumps were concentrated. The side that held the Kurgan held an observation advantage so significant that both sides committed to its defense and attack with a consistency and ferocity that, stripped of strategic context, might appear disproportionate. Soviet and German forces fought for the summit multiple times. There were periods when both sides held different slopes of the same hill simultaneously. There were days when the summit changed hands in the morning and changed back before noon. The ground around the Kurgan, by the time the battle was over, had been so churned by shells and bodies that post-war excavations in subsequent decades continued to find human remains and unexploded ordnance. Work that continues to this day, carried out by volunteer search parties called the Puiskovi Otriadi, who methodically comb the soil around Volgograd for the unaccounted dead of both sides. The Zaritsyn Ravine and the system of gullies and watercourses that cut through the southern part of the city created a secondary geography that German commanders found almost as difficult to navigate as the factory buildings. Ravines in the southern sectors channeled movement, prevented tanks from operating freely, and allowed small Soviet units to maintain defended positions that were logistically supported from the Volga despite their apparent isolation. Soviet accounts described the ravine system as a natural defensive network that, combined with the improvised fortifications of buildings, created a connected web of positions that could be supplied and reinforced without moving across open ground. The German assault in the southern sectors of the city was repeatedly slowed by these terrain features, which were not prominent enough to appear as significant obstacles on maps, but were decisive in the microgeography of individual tactical engagements. Military geography, the study of how physical terrain shapes operational outcomes, finds in Stalingrad one of its most compelling case studies and the ravine system is one of the reasons why. The central station was a contested site whose symbolic significance both sides were aware of and whose tactical significance was, if anything, even larger. It stood in the commercial center of the city, near the Volga landing stage, at a point where control of the surrounding streets would determine whether the Soviet supply line to the city could be maintained. The station building itself was sufficiently robust to serve as a fortress, sufficiently central to provide observation over the surrounding district, and sufficiently exposed to be targeted by both sides' artillery, with the constant risk of destroying what both sides were fighting to control. The station was taken, lost, taken again, and lost again across a period of days in September. The number of times it changed hands depending on which account you consult. Estimates range from 9 to 14 times in the first weeks of September, though precise verification of each individual change is complicated by the chaotic nature of the records. What is not disputed is that the fighting for the station and the streets around it was among the first engagements to establish the pattern of the entire battle: extreme violence in confined spaces, extreme cost for minimal positional gain, a grinding mutual attrition that the German operational timetable was not designed to absorb. The Volga itself was a physical and psychological boundary of exceptional importance. On the military map, it was an obstacle that complicated Soviet supply and reinforcement, but did not make them impossible. In the psychological experience of the defenders, it had a different significance. It was the edge of the world. There was, in the accounts of Soviet soldiers who fought in Stalingrad, a recurring motif of the river at their backs, the sense that there was nowhere to go, that retreat meant the water, that the only direction of survival was forward. This psychological dynamic, which Chuikov understood and actively reinforced in his public communications with his men, was militarily significant. Armies that believe they have nowhere to retreat to are, in a well-documented psychological phenomenon, sometimes capable of resistance that armies with an open line of retreat are not. Whether this is always a net military advantage is debated. Armies with nowhere to retreat also sometimes break in a single disintegration when their position is overrun. At Stalingrad, the combination of the river at their backs and Chuikov's relentless tactical pressure forward produced, in the event, an army that did not break. The reasons for that outcome remain, in the historiographical sense, only partially understood. Winter on the Volga arrives with a deliberateness that changes the river's character incrementally and then suddenly, decisively. In early November, ice floes began to appear on the Volga, not full ice, but moving fragments that made navigation difficult and dangerous for the small craft that serviced the crossing. This transitional period, after the river had become too dangerous for easy navigation, but before the ice was thick enough to cross on foot, was identified by Soviet planners as a period of acute vulnerability, a window during which German forces might be able to cut off the 62nd Army entirely. German forces, in fact, attempted to exploit this window, pressing hard in November against Soviet positions near the river. The attacks were costly, they gained ground, and they did not achieve the complete severance of the Volga crossing. The river froze fully enough to cross on foot by December, at which point the supply situation paradoxically improved. Sleds and walking men do not need navigable water. The deep cold that made the ice usable also made the survival of men in the pocket increasingly difficult. The same winter that partially solved the 62nd Army's supply problem was killing the men of the 6th Army at rates that the airlift could not compensate for. The eastern bank of the Volga, across the river from the battle, invisible from most of the fighting except to those in elevated positions, was the logistical and command infrastructure that made the defense possible. Supply depots, ammunition stockpiles, field hospitals, replacement centers, and the headquarters of the broader Soviet command apparatus were all positioned on the eastern bank. Artillery had been positioned there to support the defense, including the heavy artillery whose fire could reach deep into German-held territory west of the city. German artillery and aircraft targeted the eastern bank extensively throughout the battle, particularly the landing stages and ferry terminals, through which all reinforcement and supply flowed. The degree to which the eastern bank maintained function under this pressure is one of the less celebrated operational achievements of the Soviet defense. The Soviet rear services, the quartermaster and logistics functions that military doctrine assigns to unglamorous but essential roles, were operating under conditions of continuous attack and managed to sustain a flow of supply that was never enough but was never completely severed. In military operations, maintaining supply under sustained attack is often harder than the tactical accounts of battles suggest. At Stalingrad, it was a genuine achievement. The city's transformation from a functioning industrial and residential urban centre to a military landscape happened in stages that accelerated with the intensity of the battle. The first wave of destruction, the bombing of the 23rd of August, converted the city's housing and much of its commercial district into rubble. The subsequent months of combat converted the rubble into a prepared defensive network. Buildings that had survived partially intact were fortified with firing ports cut through walls, fields of fire cleared, basements connected to neighboring buildings through breached walls to allow movement without exposure. The Soviet military engineers who contributed to this fortification work operated under fire at night with materials improvised from the ruins of the city itself. By October, the surviving buildings of Stalingrad had been physically transformed. They were military installations wearing the shell of civilian architecture. Visiting the city after the war, a number of eyewitnesses from both sides recorded a sensation of unreality. The buildings were, in some sense, still there, but the city was not. What remained was a memorial to what had happened, as much as a place where people had lived. The city that Stalingrad had been before June 1941 had ceased to exist. What replaced it was something else. A place whose meaning was entirely and permanently defined by what it had survived. Chapter 10. Letters from the Pocket. There is a collection of letters that should occupy more space in the popular understanding of Stalingrad than it currently does. In November and December of 1942, as the Soviet encirclement tightened around the Sixth Army, a flow of letters passed from the men in the pocket to their families at home. Letters carried out by Luftwaffe aircraft on return flights from the airlift, delivered by a postal system that, with grim efficiency, continued to function even as the army it served was dying. After the surrender, the Soviet authorities captured a large quantity of mail that had not been dispatched. Letters written in the last weeks of the pocket that never reached their destinations. These were eventually studied by Soviet analysts, looking for intelligence about German morale, and selections from them have appeared in various historical publications since the 1960s. The letters represent something that military history frequently lacks: the unedited interior experience of people caught inside historical events, not the experience as they later remembered it, shaped by survival and hindsight, but the experience as they had it, in real time, not knowing how it would end. What emerges from the letters, read collectively, is not a single emotional story, but a range of experiences that resists simplification. Some letters express hope. Hope in the relief force. Hope in the Führer's promise that the Sixth Army would be saved. Hope born not necessarily from evidence, but from the psychological necessity of hope in extreme circumstances. Some letters are practical. Questions about family matters, about the welfare of children, about provisions being made for dependents. Some letters contain explicit expressions of doubt and fear that must have represented, for the men writing them, a significant act of private honesty, because they knew that letters could be opened and read by military censors, and yet wrote honestly anyway. A small number of letters, disproportionately cited in the historical literature, because their explicitness is unusual, express open disillusionment with the leadership, with the war, with the narrative that was being constructed around their suffering. The military censors who read these letters before they were dispatched flagged the disillusionment as a morale problem to be managed. They were right that it was a morale problem. What they could not manage was the arithmetic of the pocket itself. The last letters, those written in January of 1943, in the final contraction of the pocket, when the outcome was no longer in doubt, even to those inside it, have been described by more than one historian as among the most extraordinary documents in the archive of the Second World War. They were written by men who understood, with clarity, that they were not going to survive, and who chose, in some cases, to spend their final hours of writing in accounting for what they had experienced and what they believed it meant. The distribution of sentiments in these final letters. How many express acceptance? How many express protest? How many are primarily concerned with their families, rather than with the larger historical moment, has been the subject of careful analysis. It is worth noting that the letters cannot be treated as a representative sample of what the German soldiers in the pocket felt, because the men who wrote letters were self-selected, and the letters that survived are a subset of those that were written. The collection is a window, not a census, but it is a window on something genuine, on the human cost of the decisions made in the planning rooms, and the command conferences of the summer, now arriving at its final accounting. The Soviet soldiers in the 62nd Army also wrote letters, and the Soviet postal system, similarly functional under conditions that would have collapsed most peacetime institutions, carried them across the Volga and through the Soviet interior distribution network to families scattered across the entire country. The Soviet letters from Stalingrad that have appeared in historical publications are, like their German counterparts, diverse in their emotional register. They contain love, fear, confidence, fatalism, humor, and occasionally a political sincerity toward the Soviet cause that seems, from the present distance, either genuine conviction or the calibrated language of people who knew that letters were read. The distinction between genuine political conviction and strategically safe expression in a letter written in a Stalinist state is a distinction that no historian can fully resolve. And it is a distinction that the men and women writing those letters may not always have been able to make themselves. The Soviet soldier defending Stalingrad was fighting for something real, for the city, for the country, for the people at home, and also, simultaneously, in a state whose relationship to individual truth was defined by institutions capable of great violence. Both things were true at the same time. Vasily Grossman's correspondence from Stalingrad, preserved in literary archives and published in collections of his wartime notebooks, offers a different register of testimony, that of an observer who was not a soldier but who was present in the city during portions of the battle, and who brought to his observation a literary intelligence of the first order. Grossman wrote in his notebooks about the sounds of the battle, the specific acoustic quality of different weapons at different ranges, the way the city changed the echo and propagation of sound so that orientation became difficult, and the direction of incoming fire was harder to determine than in open terrain. He wrote about the faces of soldiers, their eyes in particular, noting that the men who had been in the city longest had a quality of attention that he found difficult to describe, an extreme alertness combined with an apparent disconnection from ordinary human affect, as if some mechanism of emotional registration had been suspended to allow the survival functions to operate unimpeded. This observation, which appears in his notebooks as a literary impression rather than a clinical finding, is consistent with what modern trauma research would recognize as the psychological response to sustained extreme stress. Grossman was not diagnosing, he was witnessing, with the precision of a great writer, something that science would later name the German soldiers' accounts of what it was like to fight in the city. Collected in post-war memoirs, in unit histories, in interview testimony gathered by historians, return again and again to the problem of disorientation. The city, as a military environment, destroyed the reference points that German infantry training had used to organize tactical thought. Cover and concealment, observation and fields of fire, the relationship between movement and vulnerability, all of these were redefined in the rubble of Stalingrad in ways that required continuous, exhausting improvisation. German soldiers described the experience of advancing through rubble as fundamentally different from any combat environment they had previously encountered. Not because the physical danger was categorically different from open field combat, but because the cognitive demands were higher, and the framework for managing those demands was absent. The Wehrmacht's tactical doctrine was built around combined arms. Infantry supported by tanks, tanks supported by air, the coordination of these elements producing effects that none could achieve alone. In the city, the tanks could not maneuver, the aircraft could not bomb without hitting German troops. The artillery was too blunt an instrument for a battle measured in meters. The doctrine did not fail because the doctrine was poor. It failed because the environment had been specifically arranged by Chuikov to defeat it. Soviet morale management inside the city was not only a function of threat and coercion, though coercion was present and documented. It also worked through the careful cultivation of exemplary figures. Individuals whose specific acts of bravery or endurance could be publicized within the army as models of what was expected and what was possible. The sniper movement, centered on Zaitsev and the school he helped establish, was partly a morale instrument. The sniper as individual hero, operating with precision and personal initiative in a battle that otherwise seemed defined by mass and attrition. The story of Pavlov's house was publicized within the Soviet military as quickly as conditions allowed, providing a concrete, nameable example of what a small group of determined soldiers could achieve against a force that should, by any material calculation, have overwhelmed them. Chuikov himself maintained a public posture of confidence and aggression that was not always matched by his private assessments in communications with the Stavka. The gap between the public posture and the private assessment was not hypocrisy. It was the standard operating principle of military leadership under extreme conditions, applied with particular discipline by a commander who understood that the belief of his men in the possibility of survival was itself a military resource that had to be carefully managed. The civilian population that remained in Stalingrad throughout the battle occupied a position in the battle's moral universe that neither side's official narrative fully accommodated. Soviet accounts tended to cast the civilian population primarily as victims of German aggression, which was accurate as far as it went, but did not capture the degree to which civilians were also participants. Involuntary participants, in many cases, in the defense. They provided information about German positions. They worked as auxiliary laborers on fortification projects. Some participated directly in the fighting. German accounts, where they mention civilians at all, tend to frame them as an operational complication, an element of the environment that made urban combat more difficult, that provided concealment for Soviet defenders, that obscured the distinction between military and civilian targets. Neither framing captures the experience of people who had lived in Stalingrad before the war, who had built their lives there, and who found themselves trapped in the ruins of those lives as two armies fought through them. Their story has been told, in fragments, in survivor testimony collected after the war, and in the detailed reconstruction work of local historians, who have dedicated careers to recovering it. It has not been told fully, and it cannot be. The conditions of the battle ensured that the records were incomplete, and the people whose memories were the primary archive are, most of them, gone. The Red Army soldiers who were brought to Stalingrad from across the Soviet Union, from Siberia, from Central Asia, from the Caucasus, from the industrial cities of the Urals, carried with them a diversity of background and experience that the Soviet official narrative tended to absorb into the single category of Soviet soldier. The 62nd Army's order of battle included formations recruited from multiple Soviet nationalities, each with its own military tradition, its own relationship to the Russian language in which orders were given, its own understanding of what was at stake in the battle. The integration of these forces, the management of communication and coordination across linguistic and cultural lines, under conditions of extreme combat stress, was itself a significant organizational challenge that Soviet military commanders addressed with varying degrees of success. The historiography has noted, in particular, that Central Asian and Siberian formations suffered disproportionate casualties in some phases of the battle, partly because they were committed to the most desperate phases of the defense, at moments when casualties had already depleted the available forces. The full demography of the 62nd Army, who these men were, where they came from, what proportion of each national and regional group survived, is an area of research that is still being developed by historians working with Soviet military archives. Chapter 11, The Long Retreat and What It Meant. The fall of Stalingrad, the surrender on the 2nd of February, 1943, did not mean the immediate collapse of the German position in southern Russia, and it is important to resist the narrative temptation of treating the surrender as the final scene of a story that had been moving in a single direction from the moment Uranus began. The weeks following the surrender were, in operational terms, among the most dangerous for Germany in the entire war, not because of the loss of the Sixth Army, catastrophic as that was, but because the Soviet counteroffensive had generated a momentum that threatened to tear the entire southern front apart before new defensive lines could be established. The city of Kharkov, one of the major industrial and administrative centers of Ukraine, had already been lost to Soviet forces, advancing in the aftermath of Uranus. Soviet armored spearheads were probing westward and southwestward with a confidence and speed that reflected both a genuine degradation of German defensive capacity and, as events would show, a degree of overextension that the German command was actively seeking to exploit. Erich von Manstein, managing the German response from his headquarters at Zaporozhye, was constructing a counterattack plan while the Soviet fronts were still advancing, a plan that required the discipline to absorb further Soviet pressure before striking, a nerve for delayed response that the operational situation demanded, and that very few commanders could have sustained. The Third Battle of Kharkov, which unfolded across February and March of 1943, is one of the most extensively analysed operational sequences of the entire war, precisely because it complicated the simple narrative that Stalingrad had made the outcome of the war inevitable. Manstein, using the SS Panzer Corps and remnants of the Army Detachment Lands, formations that retained genuine offensive capability despite the general catastrophe around them, executed a counterattack that caught the overextended Soviet spearheads before they could consolidate, drove them back, and recaptured Kharkov on the 14th of March, 1943. The speed and decisiveness of the German recovery genuinely surprised the Soviet high command. Stalin, who had been anticipating a continuous advance, had to accept that the Wehrmacht had demonstrated it retained an offensive capacity that had not been fully destroyed at Stalingrad, the front that stabilized in mid-March of 1943, with the Kursk salient jutting westward into the German line, would be the front on which the next major engagement, the Battle of Kursk in July of 1943, was fought. Stalingrad made Kursk possible. Kursk was what finally, decisively established the permanence of Soviet dominance on the Eastern Front. The German High Command's response to the Stalingrad defeat, at the level of strategy, force structure, and political management, reveals an institution that had not yet fully processed what the defeat meant. In the immediate aftermath, the professional analysis focused on operational factors: the overextension, the flank vulnerability, the failure of the airlift. These were real factors, and their analysis produced some genuine operational learning. The Wehrmacht's subsequent defensive operations in the east showed a more careful attention to flank security and a greater reluctance to commit to exposed positions without adequate mobile reserves. What the military analysis could not easily process was the strategic level question that Stalingrad actually raised, which was not about operational technique, but about the fundamental relationship between Germany's military capacity and its war aims. Germany could not win the war in the East in the way that Barbarossa had been designed to win it. The question that followed from this, whether Germany could win the war in the East at all, and if not, what the correct strategic response was a question that the German military planning apparatus was institutionally and politically incapable of answering honestly in the winter of 1942 to 1943. The impact of Stalingrad on Germany's allies, the countries whose forces had been destroyed on the flanks of the battle, was felt at the political level almost immediately. In Italy, the destruction of the Italian Eighth Army on the Don accelerated the internal political crisis that would culminate in Mussolini's removal in July of 1943. The Italian public's knowledge of the scale of the Eighth Army's losses, even filtered through official censorship, added to the broader disillusionment with the fascist regime's prosecution of the war. In Hungary, the losses of the Second Army produced similar political pressures, with the Herthy government becoming, through 1943, increasingly interested in potential exit strategies from the German alliance. In Romania, The Antonescu government remained in the war, but the losses at Stalingrad diminished its domestic political credibility. The satellite alliance system that had provided Germany with the manpower to extend its fronts in the summer of 1940-42 had been materially and psychologically damaged in ways that would limit its utility in subsequent campaigns. The German military planners, who had deployed those armies on the Stalingrad flanks, knowing their deficiencies, had, in a very direct sense, consumed the political will of governments that Germany needed as allies. The debt was not one that could be repaid. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad was announced and celebrated within the Soviet Union with an intensity of public emotion that reflected the genuinely critical nature of the situation from which the victory had been won. Cities across the Soviet Union staged public commemorations. Pravda's coverage of the surrender of Polis filled days of editions. Stalin was awarded the title of Marshal of the Soviet Union in February of 1943, a promotion timed to the victory. The public presentation of the victory emphasized the heroism of the Red Army, the wisdom of Soviet leadership, and the invincibility of the Soviet cause, all standard elements of the Soviet propaganda vocabulary. What the public celebration could not fully contain was the private acknowledgement in the documents and correspondences of Soviet officials that have since become available of how close things had been, of the moments in October when the Volga bank was measured in hundreds of meters, of the reports that described the 62nd Army as being at the edge of its capacity. The gap between the public certainty of Soviet accounts and the private uncertainty recorded in the real-time documents is one of the features of the Stalingrad archive that continues to reward careful reading. The strategic significance of Stalingrad in the global context of the war in 1942 to 1943 is a question that requires placing the battle within a frame that is wider than the Eastern Front. In North Africa, the British Eighth Army under Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery had defeated Erwin Rommel at El Alamein in November of 1942, a victory that, timed almost simultaneously with Operation Uranus, produced a coincidence of Allied successes that significantly damaged Germany's ability to project invincibility. In the Pacific, the months-long battle for Guadalcanal was reaching its conclusion with a Japanese evacuation that ended Japan's last major offensive attempt of the war. In the Atlantic, the Battle of the Atlantic was approaching its decisive phase, with Allied anti-submarine capabilities beginning to turn the tide against German U-boat operations. Stalingrad was not, therefore, the only turning point of the war's middle period. It was the most dramatic and most costly of several near-simultaneous shifts in the strategic balance. The confluence of these events across the winter of 1942 to 1943 represents one of those rare moments in military history when multiple separate developments reinforce each other in ways that produce a strategic transformation larger than the sum of its parts. The physical rebuilding of Stalingrad after the war was itself a political and symbolic act of considerable deliberateness. The city that emerged from the ruins was not a reconstruction of what had been there before the battle. It was, in a sense, a new city built on the site of the old one, designed in the monumental Soviet style that was the architectural expression of the Stalinist state in the late 1940s and early 1950s. The decision about what to preserve from the ruins, what fragments of the battle to maintain as memorial sites, and what to rebuild was made at the highest levels of the Soviet state, and reflects the political management of a victory that needed to be simultaneously honored and controlled. Pavlov's house was partially preserved as a ruin, its battle-damaged walls left incomplete as a memorial, while new residential structures were built connecting to it. The Mamayev kurgan was eventually surmounted by the vast memorial complex, completed in 1967, including the famous sculpture known as the Motherland Calls, a figure reportedly 85 meters tall from base to sword tip, the largest statue in the world at the time of its completion. The memorial complex on the kurgan receives visitors in numbers that have, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, become a measure of Russia's ongoing. The memorial complex on the kurgan receives visitors in numbers that have, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, become a measure of Russia's ongoing relationship with the war's memory. A relationship that is, in the 21st century, politically active in ways that purely military history does not fully explain. The Soviet state that won at Stalingrad no longer exists. The Russian state that inherited its memory has used that memory with deliberate and consistent purpose. Commemorations at what is now Volgograd are official state events, attended by the president, broadcast nationally, treated as occasions for the renewal of a national self-understanding that draws its deepest emotional reserves from the experience of 1942 and 1943. President Vladimir Putin's speech at the 70th anniversary commemoration in 2013 described Stalingrad as a symbol of our spiritual strength and the unity of our multi-ethnic people. The language is political, but it draws on something real, on an experience of collective survival under extreme conditions that the Russian national memory has processed, reworked, contested, and returned to for more than 80 years. Understanding Stalingrad in the 21st century requires understanding not only what happened there, but what it continues to mean, and what it is made to mean in the present tense. Those are related but distinct questions, and the distinction matters. Chapter 12. The Prisoners and the Forgotten. Of the approximately 91,000 Axis soldiers who entered Soviet captivity at the final surrender on the 2nd of February 1943, roughly 6,000 survived to return to their homelands. That statistic, 6,000 survivors from 91,000 prisoners, is one of the single most devastating numbers in the entire record of the Second World War, and it deserves to be held for a moment before being explained, because explanation too quickly applied can have the effect of making a human catastrophe feel administratively managed. These were human beings, mostly young, mostly exhausted, mostly already suffering from the accumulated effects of weeks of starvation, frostbite, dysentery, and combat wounds, who had survived the pocket only to enter a different kind of dying. The conditions of their initial captivity in the weeks and months following the surrender were, by the documented record of both Soviet and German sources, catastrophic. The Soviet prisoner of war infrastructure in the Stalingrad area in February and March of 1943 was not equipped in terms of food stocks, medical facilities, or shelter to handle the sudden acquisition of tens of thousands of prisoners who were already at the edge of physical survival. Whether this constitutes a policy of deliberate killing or an administrative failure aggravated by the conditions of the campaign is a question that historians have genuinely contested, and the available evidence supports neither a simple verdict of deliberate genocide nor an exculpatory claim that the deaths were purely unavoidable. The truth is somewhere in the uncomfortable middle, where decisions made under real constraint produced outcomes that were, in their scale and their suffering, not morally manageable. The marches of German prisoners from the Stalingrad pocket to collection camps in the rear, are described in the testimony of survivors as among the most harrowing experiences of the entire war. Men who had barely been able to stand when they surrendered were walked across hundreds of kilometers of frozen steppe in winter conditions, with food and water supplies that were inadequate by any measurable standard. The rate of death on these marches, primarily from starvation, dehydration, and exposure, was extremely high in the first weeks. Typhus, which spreads through lice, and which had already been present in the pocket, moved rapidly through the prisoner columns and the collection camps, killing men who might otherwise have survived the physical conditions of the march. German military historian Rüdiger Overmans, in his careful work on German wartime losses, has documented that between 17,000 and 40,000 German soldiers, who were nominally captured in the final days of the battle, men who were disarmed and held in improvised conditions before formal registration, never appeared in the official prisoner count at all. The circumstances of their deaths remain, in many cases, individually unresolved. There are families, or there were families, for whom the fate of fathers and brothers and sons captured at Stalingrad remained literally unknown for the rest of their lives. The Soviet prisoner of war camps that held the Stalingrad survivors were part of a broader system, the NKVD camp network that historians study under the heading of the Gulag, whose conditions varied enormously by location, by time period, and by the category of prisoner held. German prisoners of war were a distinct category within this system, subject to different regulations and different practical conditions than Soviet political prisoners or ordinary criminal detainees. By 1950, most surviving German prisoners had been released, with the last group of approximately 10,000 repatriated in 1955, following negotiations between the Adenauer government of West Germany and the Soviet government. Negotiations in which the return of prisoners was linked to the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two states, a connection that gave the prisoner question a political dimension that the families waiting for news of their missing men experienced with a particular kind of pain. The figure of 6,000 returnees from the Stalingrad prisoners, while the most frequently cited, comes from estimates compiled from Soviet records and German post-war research, and the precise number carries inherent uncertainty. Records were incomplete. Prisoner registrations were chaotic in the early months, and not all deaths in captivity were formally documented at the individual level. What is certain is that the survival rate for prisoners taken specifically at Stalingrad was far lower than the survival rate for German prisoners. Taken on the Eastern Front as a whole, the combination of their physical condition at the moment of capture and the conditions of the first months of captivity produced a mortality that was, on its own scale, a catastrophe appended to a catastrophe. The German families who received notifications of death or were left with nothing, no notification, no confirmation, no body, represent one of the most significant and least examined dimensions of Stalingrad's legacy in German society. The Wehrmacht's casualty notification system had been functioning since 1939 and had delivered hundreds of thousands of death notices to German families by the time of Stalingrad. But Stalingrad produced a specific kind of uncertainty that the notification system was not designed for. Men who had been listed as present in the pocket at the end of January, but whose fate after the surrender was unknown, whether they had died in the final fighting, died on the march, died in captivity, or were somehow still alive in a camp somewhere in the Soviet Union. This uncertainty, which lasted for some families until the mid-1950s, when the last prisoners returned, generated a particular form of grief. A grief without resolution, without a grave to visit, without the social and ritual mechanisms that normally structure the absorption of loss. The sociological and psychological literature on this experience, on what it meant for German families to wait, for more than a decade, for information about men last known to be in a Soviet prisoner column in February of 1943, has grown substantially in recent decades, and it documents a kind of damage to ordinary life that the operational history of the battle does not capture, and that the casualty statistics only hint at. The experience of the German survivors who did return, the approximately 6,000 men who came back from Soviet captivity, some not until 1955, is a biographical record of exceptional historical interest that has been only partially excavated. Some survivors gave testimony, some wrote memoirs, some participated in the post-war German historical projects that sought to document the battle from the German perspective. And some, according to accounts gathered by later researchers, found the experience of return almost as disorienting as the experience of captivity. Returning to a Germany that had been rebuilt, that was politically and culturally transformed, that in many cases had quite deliberately organized its public life around a managed distance from the events that had produced Stalingrad. The Federal Republic of Germany in the 1950s and early 60s was a state that, with a mixture of genuine moral processing and practical political necessity, was constructing a post-Nazi national identity that required a careful relationship with the recent past. The men who returned from Stalingrad embodied that past in a physical, biographical way that the new Germany found difficult to fully integrate. They were welcomed and honored, and, in many cases, quietly set aside, placed in a category of memory that was venerated in the abstract and difficult to engage with in the particular. The Romanian and Italian soldiers, who had been captured in the destruction of their armies on the Stalingrad flanks in the operations of November and December of 1942, had a captivity experience that differed from the German experience in ways that the historical record has not always adequately distinguished. Romanian prisoners, taken in large numbers during Operation Uranus, were held in conditions similar to those of the German prisoners, but within a political framework that eventually became, as Romania transitioned to a Soviet-aligned state, somewhat less adversarial. Italian prisoners of war in the Soviet Union numbered in the tens of thousands and faced conditions of extreme hardship, those who survived to return to Italy, a process that continued into the late 1940s and early 50s, came back to a country that had itself undergone a political transformation from a fascist state to a republic that further complicated the narrative contexts into which their experience could be placed. The Hungarian prisoners had a comparable experience. The destruction of the satellite armies at Stalingrad was, for the populations of Italy, Romania, and Hungary, a wound that the political transformations of the post-war decades overlaid, but did not heal. Memorial organizations in each of these countries maintained, for decades, the effort to document the fates of their missing men. An effort driven by families, rather than states, conducted in political environments that were not always sympathetic to its emotional purpose. The Soviet prisoners of war taken by Germany, a figure that historians estimate at between 5,500,000 and 6 million men across the entire war, constitute a comparative context for the German prisoner experience that the historiography of Stalingrad sometimes treats too briefly. Of the Soviet prisoners taken by Germany, approximately 3,300,000 died in captivity, a mortality rate of approximately 57% across the war as a whole, with the rate dramatically higher in the first year when the German prisoner system was overwhelmed by numbers and when deliberate policies of starvation and exposure were implemented. The German mortality rate among prisoners in the Soviet Union, estimated at between 30 and 35% across the entire prisoner population, with the Stalingrad prisoners representing an extreme outlier at roughly 95%, was itself catastrophically high by the standards of the Geneva Conventions, which the Soviet Union had not signed, but was periodically cited by German protests as applicable. The mutual prisoner catastrophe of the Eastern Front, a catastrophe that operated simultaneously in both directions across the front, reflects the particular character of a war that was fought by both sides and from the beginning as something categorically different from the conventional European warfare that the laws of war had been constructed to regulate. Stalingrad is, among other things, a case study in what happens to the treatment of prisoners when the framework of legal constraint has been stripped away. One aspect of the prisoner experience that contemporary sources record with a particularity that later accounts tend to flatten is the role of German military rank in survival. Senior officers, those above the rank of colonel, were generally treated as a separate category of prisoner from the beginning and housed in conditions and with food allocations that were somewhat less catastrophic than those provided to ordinary soldiers and junior officers. General Paulus himself, along with a number of his corps and divisional commanders, was held in conditions of relative comfort compared to the frozen columns of enlisted men. This differential treatment was partly ideological. Senior officers were intelligence assets and propaganda materials, and their value depended on their being alive and functional, and partly the expression of a Soviet military culture that extended a qualified, professional respect to the officers of an enemy it was still fighting. Some of the senior officers held in the better conditions were approached through the National Committee for a Free Germany and related organizations with proposals to participate in anti-Nazi propaganda work. General von Seydlitz-Kurzbach, as noted earlier in this account, agreed to this. Others refused. The decisions made in those conversations, in the camps, in the conditions of captivity, in the full knowledge that the war was continuing, and that what they said would be used, represent a kind of moral crucible that the post-war testimonies of the survivors describe with a consistent sense of the weight involved. The Japanese observation of Stalingrad deserves a brief note because the military intelligence assessments of the Imperial Japanese Army regarding the battle constitute one of the more interesting lateral windows into how the defeat was understood beyond the direct participants. Japanese military attachés in Berlin filed reports throughout the battle, and those reports, as studied by historians working on Japanese military records, show a careful and reasonably accurate reading of the strategic implications of the German defeat. The Japanese assessment, broadly, was that Germany's had suffered a blow from which it could not recover strategically, and that the implications for Japan's own strategic situation, which depended on Germany tying down Soviet forces in the West sufficiently to prevent Soviet intervention in the Pacific, were serious. Japan maintained its non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union throughout the remainder of the European war, a decision that, in the context of Stalingrad, looks like a calculated reading of Soviet military capacity. The Soviet Union, for its part, did not declare war on Japan until August of 1945, nearly 2.5 years after Stalingrad, demonstrating that the strategic calculations flowing from the battle operated on a long time scale. And across theatres, that popular accounts of Stalingrad rarely connect to the city on the Volga. The final accounting of the prisoner tragedy at Stalingrad requires one more observation that is not always present in the operational histories. The story of the prisoners did not end with the last repatriation in 1955. For decades after the war, private German organizations, the German War Graves Commission, family associations, veterans groups, continued the work of documenting individual fates, identifying burial sites, and establishing memorial markers at locations across the former Soviet Union, where German soldiers had died in captivity. This work, which required access to Soviet and later Russian archives, and the cooperation of Russian local authorities, advanced slowly with periods of progress and periods of political obstruction. It continues today, carried out by the German War Graves Commission, the Volksbund Deutsche Kriegsgräber Fürsorge, in partnership with Russian counterpart organizations, though the political climate of the early 21st century has made the collaboration increasingly complicated. There are cemeteries now in the Volgograd region where German soldiers who died in the battle or in subsequent captivity are buried. Formal, maintained cemeteries built on the land of the country against which they fought. The existence of those cemeteries and the ongoing effort to maintain them is one of the quieter and more morally serious responses to Stalingrad that the historical record contains. A recognition, expressed in the physical maintenance of the ground, that the dead deserve acknowledgement regardless of which side they were on, and that the work of honouring them is never fully finished. Chapter 13. The Soviet Machine Learns. The transformation of the Red Army between the summer of 1941 and the autumn of 1942 is one of the most remarkable institutional stories in the history of modern warfare, and Stalingrad was both a product of that transformation and one of its most important proving grounds. When Germany launched Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941, the Red Army was an institution in severe crisis. Purged of a large fraction of its experienced officer corps in the purges of 1937 and 1938, reorganized according to a constantly shifting operational doctrine that had not been adequately tested or internalized, and equipped with materiel that was in some areas genuinely excellent and in others dangerously inadequate. The catastrophes of the first year, the encirclements at Kiev, at Vyazma Bryansk, at Kharkov, were partly the product of German operational superiority and partly the product of institutional failure. Soviet headquarters that issued orders their subordinates could not execute. Supply systems that collapsed under the weight of rapid German advance. Communications that did not work under combat conditions. By the time of Stalingrad, enough of this had been corrected. Not all of it, not permanently, but enough to produce an army capable of planning and executing something as operationally complex as Uranus. Understanding how that correction happened is essential to understanding how Stalingrad was won. The Soviet system of military education and doctrine development was, by the standards of 1942, producing improvements at a speed that reflected the urgency of the situation. Officers who survived the disasters of 1941 were, if they survived, learning under conditions of extreme stress the tactical and operational lessons that peacetime training had not adequately conveyed. The Soviet military periodicals, publications that continued to appear even during the most desperate phases of the war, were, from 1942 onward, publishing after-action analyses, tactical studies, and operational assessments that circulated through the command structure and contributed to a collective institutional learning that the German command, more confident in its existing doctrine, was slower to undertake. The reform of Soviet command culture, the gradual reduction of the paralyzing fear of reporting bad news upward, which had been one of the most damaging consequences of the Stalinist political environment in the military, was incomplete and uneven, but it was real enough to produce, by the autumn of 1942, a planning process for Uranus, in which the actual operational situation was assessed with a realism that the planning for, say, the Kharkov offensive of May 1942 had conspicuously lacked. The learning was imperfect, costly, and paid for in blood. It was also genuine. The role of the General Staff in the planning and execution of Stalingrad deserves more careful attention than popular accounts usually give it. The Soviet General Staff, reorganized under General Alexander Vasilevsky, who became Chief of the General Staff in June of 1942, functioned as the operational brain of the Soviet military machine, in a way that the German Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was, by this stage of the war, increasingly failing to do. The interaction between Vasilevsky and Zhukov, as the senior operational planners of Uranus, between them and Stalin as the political and military commander, and between the general staff and the front commanders who would execute the plan, was not frictionless. It was a Soviet institution operating under Soviet political conditions, with all the anxieties and complications that entailed. But it produced a plan that was operationally sound, that was resourced adequately for its objectives, that was built on a realistic assessment of both Soviet capability and German vulnerability, and that was executed with a degree of coordination across multiple fronts that the Red Army of 1941 would not have been capable of. Vasilevsky has been described by some military historians as the intellectual architect of the Soviet operational approach. In the second half of the war, less famous internationally than Zhukov, present in fewer of the dramatic personal narratives, but central to the systematic quality of Soviet military planning from Stalingrad onward. The T-34 tank, which formed the backbone of the Soviet armored forces that executed the breakout through the Romanian flanks in November of 1942, had been in production since before the war, but had been deployed with tactical and operational doctrine that initially limited its effectiveness. The tank itself, with its sloped armor, its wide tracks suited to Russian terrain, and its balance of protection, mobility, and firepower, had been assessed by German engineers who examined captured examples in 1941 as technically impressive. The question of why German forces were so consistently effective against it in the first year of the war has been examined carefully, and the answers point primarily to the organizational and doctrinal context in which the T-34 was deployed. Isolated from effective infantry support, directed by commanders who had limited understanding of combined arms technique, and committed in piecemeal fashion that negated the numerical advantage the Soviets possessed. By 1942, this was changing. The organization of larger independent tank formations, the Tank Corps and Mechanized Corps that would form the operational reserve for Uranus, represented the institutional learning of 2 years of war applied to the problem of armored doctrine. The Soviet tank crews, who drove through the Romanian lines in November of 1942, were not operating in a different machine from those who had been destroyed in the encirclements of 1941. They were operating that machine within a doctrine that had been rebuilt around what the earlier experience had taught. The Soviet artillery at Stalingrad, both the artillery used in the defense of the city and the overwhelming concentration of guns assembled for the Uranus counteroffensive, represents one of the most technically significant dimensions of the battle that popular accounts tend to underexamine. Soviet artillery doctrine in this period built around the concept of the artillery offensive, the use of massed artillery to suppress and destroy defensive positions before infantry and armor moved forward, was producing by the autumn of 1942 a system of fire planning and coordination that was in some respects more sophisticated than German artillery practice, which had relied more heavily on close air support to fill the fire support role that artillery exclusively occupied in Soviet doctrine. The artillery preparation for Operation Uranus, the barrage that opened on the 19th of November, was planned with a precision of timing and a density of fire that the Romanian formations had no meaningful response to. The sound of that preparation, described by Soviet soldiers who were present as a noise that had no analogue in previous human experience, a continuous roar across the full width of the front, was the audible expression of an institutional investment in firepower that the Soviet military had been building under the most extreme conditions for more than a year. The guns said something about the Soviet capacity to learn, to organize, and to apply industrial production to operational purpose, that the subsequent ground advance only confirmed. Soviet signals, intelligence, and deception operations before Uranus represent a field of study that has expanded considerably as Russian archives have become accessible, and the picture that has emerged is of a Soviet military intelligence and operational security apparatus that was, by the autumn of 1942, operating at a significantly higher level of sophistication than it had managed in the first year of the war. The concentration of forces for the counteroffensive was conducted under strict radio silence. Units were moved at night and concealed during daylight. False radio traffic was maintained at previous unit positions to suggest that formations had not moved. German aerial reconnaissance that detected troop concentrations was, in some cases, misled about the scale and composition of what it was observing. The degree to which the deception worked completely versus the degree to which the Germans detected Soviet preparations but underestimated their scale is an area where the archival evidence from both sides has produced a nuanced picture. It was not that German intelligence entirely failed to detect Soviet activity, but rather that the institutional response to what was detected was filtered through a command culture that was, by November of 1942, too committed to its current operational priorities to adequately respond to warning signs pointing in a different direction. The failure of German intelligence at Stalingrad was not purely a failure of collection. It was substantially a failure of analysis, and, above all, a failure of institutional willingness to hear what the intelligence was saying. The Soviet Air Force, the Vojenno-Vozdushnaya Sily, or VVS, had been the weakest of the Soviet services in the first year of the war, decimated in the opening days of Barbarossa by the destruction of aircraft on the ground, and then suffering sustained attrition against a Luftwaffe that was, in the summer of 1941, genuinely superior in equipment, doctrine, and pilot experience. By the autumn of 1942, the gap was narrowing. Not because German pilots had become less skilled, but because Soviet production of aircraft had reached a scale that German production could not match. Soviet pilot training had been reformed and accelerated, and The doctrinal integration of air power with ground operations had been substantially improved. The battle for air superiority over the Stalingrad pocket, which the Luftwaffe contested through the entire airlift period, was as if grinding attritional engagements in which Soviet air regiments, flying in large numbers with improving coordination, progressively wore down the German air transport and fighter forces assigned to the region. The Luftwaffe lost approximately 490 aircraft in the Stalingrad airlift, including irreplaceable transport aircraft and experienced crews whose loss would affect German air operations for the remainder of the war. The VVS, operating in the same period, was learning the tactics of air superiority and close support that it would apply with devastating effectiveness in the operations of 1943 and 1944. The Soviet logistics system, the supply chain that sustained both the 62nd Army in the city and the massive force accumulation for Uranus, is a dimension of the Soviet military achievement that military historians specializing in logistics have consistently identified as underappreciated in the popular narrative. Moving more than 1 million men, 900 tanks, and 13,000 artillery pieces into position for an offensive, while simultaneously maintaining the supply of existing operations and concealing the scale of the buildup from German reconnaissance, required a logistical coordination on a scale that the Soviet military systems had not previously demonstrated. The rail network behind the Soviet position, the lines running from the Ural industrial base to the Don front, was operating under conditions of extreme pressure, its routing and scheduling managed by a Stavka logistics apparatus that had learned from the failures of the first year. Fuel supply for the armoured formations was the most acute constraint. Tanks that run out of fuel become expensive obstacles, and the pre-positioning of fuel reserves for the Uranus exploitation force was a specific planning challenge that Soviet logistics officers addressed with a detail and foresight that the subsequent pace of the armoured advance validated. The logistical achievement is not a story with a dramatic narrative shape. It is a story about thousands of unrecorded decisions by people whose names do not appear in the memoirs of generals. It is, nonetheless, a story without which the battle could not have been won. The Soviet command culture that Stalingrad produced, and Stalingrad both shaped and was shaped by an evolving Soviet command culture, contained contradictions that the war's eventual outcome resolved without fully reconciling. The fear that pervaded the Red Army's command structure in the early years, the fear of reporting failure, of being held responsible for reverses, of attracting the attention of the political control organs, was not eliminated by the experience of Stalingrad, but it was modulated in specific ways by the practical necessities of managing a complex military operation against a capable enemy. Commanders who demonstrated operational competence were, by 1942, being protected and promoted with an efficiency that the purged officer corps of 1937 had made impossible. Zhukov's relationship with Stalin, contentious, periodically dangerous, but ultimately functional, illustrates how the Soviet system was able, under extreme pressure, to maintain the tension between political control and military effectiveness at a level that produced results. It was not a comfortable tension. It was not a safe system for the individuals operating within it. But it was, in the event, a system that won at Stalingrad when the German system that opposed it, technically more sophisticated in some respects, and organizationally more mature, made fatal errors of judgment at the very top of its command chain. The comparison between Hitler's conduct of the Stalingrad campaign and Stalin's, both authoritarian systems, both capable of great brutality, both presiding over enormous casualties, ends with one of them having won and one of them having lost, and that difference is not explained by the system's similarities, but by their differences at the level of operational decision-making in the critical months of late 1942. Chapter 14, Germany, confronts the mirror. The announcement of the Stalingrad surrender on the 3rd of February 1943 was followed 3 days later by a declaration of 3 days of national mourning in Germany, the first such public declaration of mourning for a military defeat in the history of the Nazi state. All entertainment venues were closed. Radio programming was suspended and replaced with solemn music and silence. The official statement, written and broadcast by the propaganda ministry under Joseph Goebbels, framed the defeat in the language of heroic sacrifice. The Sixth Army had fallen in a manner that would inspire Germany for 1,000 years. Its soldiers had died facing the enemy. Their blood was not shed in vain. Goebbels understood, with the clarity of a professional propagandist, that the framing of Stalingrad as meaningful sacrifice was the only available response, that the alternative framing, which would have required acknowledging that the army had been sacrificed for objectives that were unachievable and in service of decisions that were strategically unsound, was politically impossible within the ideological framework of the regime. The propaganda response to Stalingrad was, in its way, a masterwork of crisis communication. It transformed defeat into martyrdom. It absorbed the shock without acknowledging the cause of it. And it worked incompletely, with cracks that careful observers could see, but substantially enough to prevent the immediate political crisis that a less skilled propagandist might have faced. The Sicherheitsdienst reports on civilian morale in February of 1943 record shock, grief, and doubt, but not, at this stage, organized political opposition. The speech that Goebbels delivered at the Sportpalast in Berlin on the 18th of February 1943 has been analyzed by historians of propaganda and political communication as one of the most effective pieces of mass manipulation in the historical record. The speech, delivered to a carefully selected audience of party officials and supporters who were coached in their responses, posed a series of rhetorical questions, culminating in the famous demand for total war, a mobilization of German society beyond the partial mobilization that had characterized German economic and social policy in the first years of the conflict. The audience's responses, the crescendo of collective affirmation, the apparent spontaneity of the crowd's agreement, were not fully spontaneous, but they were not entirely manufactured either. The emotional climate in Germany in February of 1943 was genuinely charged, and the Sportpalast speech channeled that charge into a political commitment to continued war effort that served the regime's purposes. What the speech could not do, and what no speech could have done, was alter the strategic situation that Stalingrad had produced. It could change how Germans felt about continuing the war. It could not change what continuing the war would cost. The gap between the emotional management of the defeat and its strategic consequences would widen steadily across the remaining years of the war until no rhetorical frame could contain it. The German officer corps' response to Stalingrad was varied, and the variation followed lines that the historiography has traced with some care. A minority of captured officers, most notably Seydlitz-Kurzbach, moved toward active collaboration with Soviet-organized anti-Nazi committees. a larger minority moved toward private disillusionment, a recognition articulated in diaries and private correspondence and post-war testimony that the Stalingrad defeat revealed something about the regime's conduct of the war that could not be explained by operational bad luck or the treachery of allies. The majority, apparently, continued to function within the framework of military professionalism that had sustained them through 3 years of war, doing their duty because duty was the framework within which their professional identity was organized, setting aside questions about the larger direction of the war, because the chain of command was the only structure that gave their situation meaning. The historians who have examined German officer culture in the post-Stalingrad period, particularly in the work of historians studying the resistance movement within the Wehrmacht, have noted that the July 20th plot against Hitler in 1944 drew on a network of disillusionment that had roots in Stalingrad, though the connections are often indirect, and the causal chain from the Stalingrad defeat to the assassination attempt is one that historians have traced carefully and drawn only cautious conclusions about. Stalingrad did not produce the German resistance, but it deepened the conditions in which the resistance existed, and, for some of its participants, provided the moment at which private doubt became active opposition. The German home front's experience of Stalingrad and its aftermath was shaped not only by the official propaganda, but by the letters, the absences, and the returned wounded. Men who had been evacuated from the pocket before the encirclement. Approximately 35,000 wounded flown out during the airlift period returned to German cities and towns, carrying a direct, embodied testimony about what Stalingrad had been. They were, in many cases, instructed not to speak about what they had experienced. The regime's management of the information environment included explicit directions to returnees from the front about the limits of what could be shared publicly. But people talk. Letters circulated that the censor had missed. Information moved through the social networks of ordinary life, through families and neighborhoods and workplaces, in ways that the propaganda ministry could monitor and manage at the margins, but could not contain. The Sicherheitsdienst reports that documented German civilian morale after Stalingrad record a population that was absorbing the defeat through multiple channels simultaneously. The official narrative, the unofficial testimonies, the private reckonings of families with missing men, and processing them into a composite experience of loss that was more complex and ultimately more corrosive to the regime's authority than any single response category could capture. The German public in February and March of 1943 was not in revolt, but it was, in the assessments of those paid to watch it, a population whose relationship to the war had changed in a way that could not be easily reversed. Albert Speer's appointment as Minister of Armaments and War Production in February of 1942, which preceded Stalingrad by a year, takes on a different character when examined against the backdrop of the defeat. The economic mobilization that Speer supervised and the substantial increases in German war production that he achieved across 1942 and 1943 have been treated by historians as evidence that Germany had the industrial capacity for a longer war than it ultimately fought. But the relationship between production and outcome is more complicated than the raw numbers suggest. German tank production increased from approximately 5,000 in 1942 to more than 12,000 in 1944. Soviet tank production in 1942 was already approximately 24,000, rising thereafter. The disparity was not one that Speer's managerial genius could close. It was structural, reflecting the different scales of the two economies, the different degree of labor mobilization each state could demand, and the different levels of industrial investment each had made in the relevant sectors before the war. The Stalingrad defeat accelerated Germany's recognition of the productive gap, but it did not create the gap. The gap had been there from the beginning, masked by the speed of the early victories, and revealed by the slowing of the war into an attritional contest that industrial production capacity ultimately determined. The reactions of Germany's allies to the Stalingrad defeat were not uniform, and the nuances of those varied reactions shaped the military and political landscape of 1943 in ways that are not always given adequate attention. Finland, the most independent-minded of Germany's co-belligerents on the Eastern Front, had already been conducting cautious diplomatic soundings about a separate peace with the Soviet Union before Stalingrad. After the defeat, those soundings became more purposeful, and the Finnish government's efforts to find a path out of the war intensified. An effort that would eventually succeed in a separate armistice in September of 1944. Bulgaria, which had joined the Axis in 1941, but had not declared war on the Soviet Union, watched the Stalingrad outcome with the particular alertness of a government that had not fully committed its fate to a German victory. Spain, whose Blue Division had been fighting alongside German forces on the Eastern Front since 1941, continued its limited military participation. But the Franco government's posture shifted perceptibly toward a more carefully managed neutrality. Sweden, already neutral, used the post-Stalingrad context to quietly reduce some of the accommodations it had made to German logistical and transit demands. The diplomatic reverberations of Stalingrad across the European periphery of the war, across the countries watching from various distances and calculating their own positions, constitute a dimension of the battle's legacy that a purely military operational account cannot contain. The German public's encounter with the truth of the Eastern Front was not primarily a product of official information or its absence. It was a product of the letters, the photographs, and above all the men themselves, the wounded, the leave-takers, the permanently invalided, who came home from the East carrying in their bodies and their silences a testimony about what the war was actually like. The historian Omer Bartov, in work examining the Wehrmacht's experience on the Eastern Front, has documented the degree to which ordinary German soldiers were witnesses to and participants in atrocities against Soviet civilians and Soviet prisoners, acts that the official Wehrmacht narrative attributed to exceptional individuals, but that Bartov's analysis of unit records shows were more systematic and more widely distributed than that narrative admits. This dimension of the Eastern Front experience, the relationship between what German soldiers had done in the occupied Soviet Union and their experience at Stalingrad, is a subject that post-war German memory managed with extraordinary difficulty. The image of the German soldier at Stalingrad as a victim of the elements of Hitler's mismanagement of Soviet numerical superiority was emotionally available and politically functional in post-war Germany in a way that an image incorporating the soldier's role in the broader context of the war in the East was not. Disentangling the victimhood from the agency is work that German historical scholarship has been doing with increasing rigor and moral seriousness across the last 30 years. The memorial culture around Stalingrad in Germany took a different form from the Soviet memorial culture. Smaller, more private, more institutionally modest, and more complicated by the political context in which German military memory was required to operate. The major organizational vehicle for German commemoration was the German War Graves Commission, which undertook the physical work of creating and maintaining cemeteries for German dead on former battlefields. The emotional content of German Stalingrad memory was carried primarily through veterans organizations, through family associations of those with relatives who had died or been taken prisoner, and through the growing body of German literary and documentary work that examined the battle with varying degrees of critical distance. The film Stalingrad, released in 1993, directed by Joseph Vilsmeyer, achieved considerable commercial success in Germany and represented a specific moment in German memory culture, a willing engagement with the German soldiers' experience at Stalingrad that was sympathetic without being exculpatory, that showed the suffering without erasing the context that produced it. It was, for many German viewers, a first encounter with a representation of the battle that did not require them to choose between condemning what Germany had done and acknowledging the suffering of the men who had been sent to do it. That is not a simple position to occupy, and the film's reception reflected the cultural difficulty of the occupation. The Russian city of Volgograd's relationship to its own past, the tension between the Soviet-era name and the wartime name it bore during the most significant event in its history, has been an ongoing negotiation between official commemoration policy and the emotional needs of the population. The city officially became Volgograd in 1961, in the broader context of de-Stalinization under Khrushchev, a political decision that reflected the leadership's desire to separate the city's heroic wartime identity from the cult of Stalin's personality, which the 20th Congress of the Communist Party had formally criticized in 1956. But the separation was never complete. The battle had been fought as the Battle for Stalingrad. The men who died there died defending Stalingrad, and the emotional resonance of the name was not transferable to a bureaucratic substitute. In the current period, the City Council of Volgograd has voted on multiple occasions to temporarily restore the name Stalingrad for specific commemorative dates. The 2nd of February, the 9th of May, and a handful of others, creating a situation in which the city carries two names simultaneously, with the meaning of each inflected by the presence of the other. It is a solution that satisfies no one entirely and acknowledges something true, that the name of this city and the battle that defined it contains a history that cannot be cleanly resolved by administrative decision. Chapter 15, Memory, Monument, and the Living Past the Mamayev Kurgan Memorial Complex, which occupies the summit and slopes of the hill that was contested with such ferocity across the autumn of 1942, was conceived and constructed in the years between 1959 and 1967 as the Soviet Union's primary physical monument to the Stalingrad victory. The complex was designed by the sculptor Yevgeny Vushatich, who had worked on several major Soviet memorial projects, and who brought to the Kurgan an ambition of scale that was consistent with the Soviet practice of commissioning public art as a vehicle for ideological statement. The central figure, the statue known as Rodina Matzoviot, the Motherland Calls, is a concrete and steel structure approximately 85 meters from its base to the tip of the sword it holds aloft, making it, at the time of its completion in 1967, the tallest statue in the world. The figure is female, the motherland represented as a woman in motion, her mouth open in what could be a cry or a command, her posture combining vulnerability and power in a way that Soviet critics described as capturing the spirit of the defense. The scale is intentional and is part of the meaning. It insists, through sheer physical mass, on the importance of what happened here, on the refusal to allow the scale of the sacrifice to be minimized by the passage of time. Visitors to the kurgan report an experience of the memorial that combines the martial grandeur of its design with the physical sensation of climbing. Toward it, the long approach, the rising sequence of sculptures, the sense of ascent that mirrors both the military importance of the hill and the emotional movement from grief to commemoration. The Soviet literary response to Stalingrad produced, in the decades following the battle, a body of work whose quality and emotional range exceeded the literary responses to most other battles of the war. Viktor Nekrasov's novel, In the Trenches of Stalingrad, published in 1946, and one of the first Soviet works to treat the experience of ordinary soldiers rather than generals and political officers, won the Stalin Prize and was read by an enormous audience. The novel's power rested on a quality of observation and emotional honesty that the Stalin Prize-winning literature of the period did not always produce. Its specific details of life in the trenches, its portrayal of exhaustion and fear, and the dark humor that soldiers use to manage extreme conditions gave readers something that felt true rather than composed. Konstantin Simonov, the most widely read Soviet war correspondent and novelist of the period, wrote extensively about Stalingrad in both journalism and fiction, and his work became part of the fabric of how the battle was understood across Soviet society in the 1940s and 50s. Grossman's Life and Fate, the suppressed masterwork mentioned earlier in this account, was, when it finally reached Soviet readers after 1988, experienced by many of them as a revelation. A work that told truths about the battle and about the Soviet state's relationship to it, that the official literary culture had spent 4 decades carefully not saying. The reception of Life and Fate in late Soviet and post-Soviet Russia is, in the scholarship of Russian literary culture, a story about what happens when a society finally encounters the unmanaged truth of its own experience. The German literary engagement with Stalingrad produced a different body of work, shaped by the different political and moral position from which German writers approached the subject. The most significant German literary treatment is probably Heinrich Gerlach's novel, The Forsaken Army, whose history is itself an extraordinary story. Gerlach wrote the novel in Soviet captivity. The manuscript was confiscated by Soviet authorities, and Gerlach subsequently rewrote the novel from memory after his repatriation, publishing it in 1957. The novel is remarkable for its refusal of easy consolation. Its soldiers are not heroes in the simple sense, nor are they simply victims. They are complex human beings caught in a situation that their own choices and the choices of their society have produced. And the novel's moral seriousness in holding that complexity without resolving it into a simpler verdict is one of the qualities that gives it its enduring literary weight. A copy of the original manuscript was eventually recovered from Russian archives in 2012 and published in 2014 as Crossing in the Darkness, a moment that literary historians have described as one of the most unusual publication events in post-war German letters. The manuscript's journey, written in captivity, confiscated, held for 70 years, returned, is itself a small allegory of what happened to German memory of Stalingrad. Suppressed, managed, eventually recovered, never fully resolved. The Soviet film industry's treatment of Stalingrad spans decades and reflects the shifting ideological priorities of successive Soviet leaderships. The early Soviet films about the battle, produced in the late 1940s and early 1950s, conformed to the Stalinist aesthetic of heroic certainty, presenting the battle as a story of inevitable Soviet triumph, led by far-sighted political and military leadership. The de-Stalinization period produced a shift in tone. The Khrushchev era's rehabilitation of individual heroism and the gradual acknowledgement of the human cost of the war opened space for more emotionally nuanced treatments of the battle. The Soviet film of 1990, Stalingrad, later distributed internationally, attempted a more complex portrayal of the battle than any previous Soviet production and its reception in the late Soviet period, when the cultural climate was changing rapidly, reflected a public appetite for a representation of the war that acknowledged its complexity without abandoning its significance. The contemporary Russian relationship with the Stalingrad narrative in film and television continues to evolve with a consistent tendency to emphasize the battle's place within a narrative of national survival and spiritual endurance that serves present political purposes as much as it serves historical understanding. The tension between memorial and instrument, between honoring what happened and using it for present purposes, is one that no society that has been through a defining historical trauma has fully resolved. The question of what Stalingrad teaches military strategists and planners in the 21st century is one that military colleges and staff, academies around the world, have addressed in curricula that draw on the battle's rich operational record. The West Point Urban Warfare Project's detailed case study of Stalingrad identifies several specific operational lessons that have been applied to thinking about modern urban warfare. The decisive importance of disrupting combined arms coordination in urban terrain, the significance of logistics and resupply as determinants of defensive sustainability, the role of small unit initiative within a broader defensive framework, and the danger of an attacker allowing an urban fight to become an attritional contest that the defender, supplied across an unconsolidated crossing, can sustain longer than the attacker. Each of these lessons has been explicitly cited in discussions of urban warfare in more recent conflicts. In Fallujah, in Mosul, in Mariupol, and the degree to which the conditions of each of those cities reproduced or diverged from the conditions of Stalingrad is a question that military analysts have addressed with varying conclusions. Urban warfare remains, in the 21st century, the operational environment in which conventional military advantages are most severely degraded, and Stalingrad remains the case study against which all subsequent urban battles are measured, not because it was the first, but because it was the most exhaustively documented and the most decisive. The psychological legacy of Stalingrad, the impact of the battle on the interior lives of the people who participated in it and survived, has been documented in clinical and literary terms that together produce a picture of sustained, pervasive trauma whose effects extended far beyond the battlefield. Soviet veterans of the battle, interviewed in the decades after the war, described recurring elements of their post-war experience that modern clinical understanding would recognize as consistent with post-traumatic stress, intrusive memories triggered by specific sensory stimuli, particular sounds, particular smells, difficulty sleeping, difficulty constructing peacetime emotional relationships. After the extreme conditions of the battle, the Soviet state's management of veterans' psychological needs was, by any contemporary clinical standard, inadequate. The category of psychological trauma as a military outcome was not recognized in Soviet medicine in any way that translated into systematic care, and veterans who manifested its symptoms were more likely to be regarded as weak or politically unreliable than as injured. German veterans' psychological experience has been documented in research by German historians and psychologists, working primarily through veterans' organizations and clinical records, and shows similar patterns. The psychological wound of Stalingrad, distributed across hundreds of thousands of survivors and then transmitted in attenuated and transformed ways to their children and grandchildren, is one of the dimensions of the battle's legacy that the operational histories, with their natural focus on military decisions and outcomes, are least equipped to capture. The post-war growth of Volgograd on the bones of Stalingrad was a physical process that, in the late 1940s and 1950s, converted a landscape of near-total destruction into a functioning Soviet city of approximately 600,000 people. The reconstruction was politically managed in ways that reflected the Soviet approach to memorial. The industrial facilities that had been central to the battle, the tractor factory, the Red October complex, were rebuilt and returned to production. A decision that served both the economic purpose of restoring industrial capacity and the symbolic purpose of demonstrating Soviet resilience. Residential and civic construction proceeded according to the monumental Stalinist architectural style of the period: wide boulevards, large apartment blocks, public buildings designed to express the authority and permanence of the socialist state. Below this rebuilt city, literally underground, was a different landscape: unexploded ordnance, human remains, fragments of military equipment, the physical residue of a battle that had consumed the original city completely. Excavation projects, formal and informal, conducted by municipal authorities and by volunteer historical search teams, have continued to uncover this residue throughout the post-war decades. In some years, construction projects in Volgograd have been halted when workers encountered remains that had not been accounted for in the city's official record of its own past. The ground itself remembers what happened there, in the way that ground does, by preserving, under the weight of everything built on top of it, the evidence of what it witnessed, the most recent historiographical development in Stalingrad studies, and the one that is, at the time this script is being composed, generating the most active research, is the growing availability of digitized archival materials from both Russian and German archives that allow historians to conduct analysis at a resolution and scale that was previously impossible. Unit-level records, individual personnel files, signals intercepts, logistics manifests, materials that previously required physical archival visits and could only be examined in fragments, are becoming searchable and cross-referenceable in ways that are producing new findings about specific aspects of the battle that the existing literature has treated on the basis of incomplete evidence. The question of Soviet casualty figures, which has been debated across multiple rounds of archival openness, is receiving renewed attention. As researchers apply computational methods to records that were previously too voluminous to examine systematically, the individual fates of soldiers on both sides, whose outcomes have been categorized as missing since 1942 and 1943, are gradually being resolved, one file at a time, by a combination of archival research, DNA analysis of remains recovered from the soil around Volgograd, and the records of the search organizations that have been doing this work, with varying levels of governmental support for decades. The battle ended on the 2nd of February 1943. The work of accounting for it has not ended, and there is no date on which it is scheduled to do so. Chapter 16. The Road to Kursk. The spring of 1943, the months between the Stalingrad surrender in February and the opening of the Battle of Kursk in July, was a period of operational pause and strategic recalculation on the Eastern Front that both sides used with characteristic urgency. For the Soviet Union, the Stalingrad victory had produced a momentum that seemed to promise the possibility of a continuous advance westward. The liberation of Ukraine, the recovery of the industrial regions that had been occupied since 1941, the reduction of the German presence in the East to something manageable. For Germany, the same period represented an urgent effort to stabilize a front that had been torn open across its entire southern sector, to reconstitute formations that had been destroyed or badly damaged, and to find an operational approach that could, at the very minimum, prevent a further Soviet advance, and, at the maximum, produce a result at Kursk that would restore some of the strategic leverage that Stalingrad had removed. The contrast between the two side situations is stark in its outlines and complicated in its details. Germany was not finished. The Wehrmacht was capable of fighting with great effectiveness in 1943, and the months following Stalingrad provided repeated demonstrations of that capability. But the context within which that capability operated had changed. The initiative was now the Soviet Union's to use or squander, and the German options had contracted from the expansive ambition of Operation Blue to the more limited objective of maintaining a front line and preventing collapse. Manstein's recapture of Kharkov in February and March of 1943, the operation that has been described as his most brilliant command achievement, and that he himself discussed with evident professional satisfaction in his post-war memoir, required a combination of operational patience, tactical boldness, and institutional confidence that the post-Stalingrad German military could still produce. The SS Panzer Corps that formed the cutting edge of the counterattack was among the best equipped and best trained formations in the German order of battle, and its performance in the Kharkov counterattack validated the investment in its quality. The operation demonstrated that German armored forces, used at the operational level with sufficient concentration and at the right moment, could still inflict defeats on Soviet forces that had been extended beyond their logistical support. It also demonstrated the limits of the German recovery. Manstein stabilized the front, recaptured Kharkov, and created the Kursk salient, whose subsequent fate would determine the remainder of the war's operational balance. He did not restore the pre-Stalingrad situation. He could not. The forces available to him were a fraction of what would have been needed to recover the losses of the winter, and the Soviet capacity to reinforce was greater than the German capacity to exploit the tactical recovery into operational Vesteny advantage. The spring 1943 stabilization was real and professionally impressive. It was also, in the larger arc of the war, a temporary arresting of a process that no subsequent operation would reverse. The development of the Kursk salient, the westward bulging sector of the Soviet line, that both sides recognized as the most likely arena for the summer campaign of 1943, produced one of the most extensively analyzed strategic debates in German military history. Hitler, after the recovery at Kharkov, wanted an offensive. The professional logic was that a successful attack, the development of the Kursk's salient, the westward bulging sector of the Soviet line, that both sides recognized as the most likely arena for the summer campaign of 1943, produced one of the most extensively analyzed strategic debates in German military history. Hitler, after the recovery at Kharkov, wanted an offensive that would demonstrate that Stalingrad had not broken the Wehrmacht's capacity to strike. The professional logic, as presented to Hitler by his operational staff, was that the Kursk salient offered an opportunity for a double envelopment. The northern and southern faces of the bulge could be struck simultaneously. The Soviet forces within it encircled and destroyed, and the resulting shortening and straightening of the German line would free reserves for subsequent operations. It was, in its formal architecture, a sound operational concept. The problem that several senior German commanders identified at the time, and that post-war analysis has examined exhaustively, was that the concept depended on speed, surprise, and a concentration of armoured force that the German military, in the spring of 1943, was struggling to assemble. Guderian, recalled to active service as Inspector General of Armoured Troops, argued explicitly and repeatedly against the Kursk operation, not because it was operationally misconceived, but because the force available was insufficient, and the timing, postponed repeatedly while the Germans waited for new tank models, was allowing the Soviets to construct defensive works of extraordinary depth. He was not listened to in the way that the argument deserved. The Soviet preparation for Kursk was, in a direct sense, the Stalingrad approach applied on a larger scale, and with the greater institutional confidence of an army that had won its defining battle. The Soviet Stavka correctly anticipated that the German attack would come at the shoulders of the Kursk salient. The same double envelopment logic that the German planners were using was legible to Soviet intelligence, which had received precise information about German intentions through the Lucy spy network, through signals intelligence, and through the direct observation of German preparations by frontline commanders, rather than preempting the German attack with a Soviet offensive, an option that was discussed and consciously rejected. The Stavka chose to absorb the German assault in a defensive system of extraordinary depth and density, wear down the attacking armour, and then launch the counter-offensive with reserves held intact throughout the defensive phase. The defensive works constructed in the Kursk salient in the spring of 1943 represented one of the most intensive fortification projects of the entire war. Approximately 3,000 kilometers of trenches, extensive minefields, anti-tank ditches, and a layered defensive system designed specifically to channel and destroy German armored formations. The men who dug those defenses, in their hundreds of thousands, were doing what Chuikov had done in Stalingrad with the rubble, arranging the terrain to defeat the specific method of attack that the enemy was going to use. Operation Citadel, the German assault on the Kursk salient, began on the 5th of July, 1943, and was halted within days on the northern face, and within approximately 2 weeks on the southern face, having failed to achieve either the penetration or the encirclement that the plan required. The Battle of Prokhorovka, fought on the 12th of July, 1943, on the southern shoulder of the Kursk salient, has entered military history as one of the largest tank engagements ever recorded, though the precise numbers involved and the precise outcome have been the subject of significant historiographical revision. The original Soviet account, which presented Prokhorovka as a decisive Soviet victory, has been substantially complicated by archival research, showing that Soviet tank losses at Prokhorovka significantly exceeded German tank losses, and that the battle's significance was operational rather than tactical. It was the moment at which the German armoured advance on the southern face lost its momentum, not because the attacking forces had been defeated in the conventional sense, but because they had been consumed at a rate the German command could not afford. The distinction between a tactical victory and an operational failure is a distinction that the Stalingrad campaign had also illustrated in different circumstances. The Germans won individual engagements inside the city with consistency and lost the operational contest comprehensively. At Kursk, the same principle applied at a larger scale and with greater speed. The relationship between Stalingrad and Kursk is not simply chronological. It is causal in specific, documentable ways. The German defeat at Stalingrad had consumed forces that would otherwise have been available for the Kursk operation. The Sixth Army's destruction removed a formation that, in even a reduced and rebuilt state, would have added material weight to the summer offensive. The destruction of the satellite armies on the Stalingrad flanks meant that the Kursk attack had to be mounted with German forces alone, without the Allied manpower that had covered the extended flanks of Case Blue. The psychological effect of Stalingrad on the German command, the cautious awareness of the risks of overextension, of exposed flanks, of commitments that required outcomes that could not be guaranteed, was documented by German commanders themselves in the planning debates for Citadel, where an institutional anxiety about a repeat of the Stalingrad pattern was visible in the repeated postponements and the accumulation of preconditions before the attack could begin. The Soviet confidence and Soviet operational capacity at Kursk were both, in part, products of what Stalingrad had taught and what it had demonstrated. The two battles are, in the operational history of the Eastern Front, a sequence, not a coincidence, and the sequence runs in one direction. The German retreat from the Kursk salient and the broader Soviet summer offensive that followed the collapse of Citadel produced a pattern of operations across the second half of 1943 that was qualitatively different from anything that had preceded it. On the Eastern Front, Soviet offensive operations at Orel, at Kharkov, across the Dnieper River, into the industrial basin of the Donbass, succeeded each other with a tempo and a coordination that reflected the operational maturity the Red Army had been building since Stalingrad. German defensive operations, conducted by formations that were consistently outnumbered and under-resourced relative to the tasks they were being assigned, showed the characteristic tactical skill of the Wehrmacht while losing ground at a rate that no tactical competence could compensate for. The city of Kharkov, recaptured by Manstein in March, fell to the Soviets for the final time in August of 1943. The Dnieper River, which Hitler had designated as the eastern boundary of a defensive line, the Eastern Wall, that was supposed to stabilize the German position, was crossed by Soviet forces in a series of improvised operations that were, by the standards of military doctrine, operationally reckless, but were conducted with a momentum and initiative that the German defenders could not effectively counter. The Eastern Wall existed primarily on paper and in Hitler's directives. The army that was supposed to hold it was already moving westward. The final element of the road from Stalingrad to the collapse of the German position in the east is the story of the progressive liberation of the occupied Soviet territories, the villages, the cities, the collective farms, the industrial facilities from which the German military had extracted labor, resources, and compliance since the summer and autumn of 1941. The evidence of what German occupation had meant for these territories was revealed, piece by piece, as Soviet forces advanced westward, and the reports of Soviet frontline commanders and NKVD investigators about what they found are among the most disturbing documents in the entire archive of the war. Villages burned, populations reduced, mass graves, the industrial infrastructure stripped and sent westward. The relationship between these revelations and the conduct of Soviet forces as they subsequently entered German territory. The violence against German civilians in 1944 and 1945 is a causal connection that historians have traced carefully without using it as either an exculpation or a simple explanation. What happened in the occupied Soviet territories during the German occupation was a cause, among other causes, of what happened in Germany during the Soviet advance. The moral accounting of the Eastern Front is not a simple ledger. It is a tangled record of violence that was not random. It had specific causes and specific authors, but that moved through human populations in ways that exceeded any single institution's control or intention. The summer and autumn of 1943 established the strategic rhythm that would govern the remainder of the war in the East. Soviet initiative, German defensive capacity, and a one-directional shift of the front that neither side's tactical results could reverse, because the underlying material balance was moving in one direction only. Germany produced more weapons in 1944 than in any previous year of the war. Speer's production miracle was real, and those weapons were consistently consumed faster than they could be replaced by an adversary whose own production was sustained by a combination of internal Soviet industrial output, the relocation of factories to the Ural region that had been conducted under desperate conditions in 1941 and 1942, and the material contribution of the Allied Lend-Lease program. The American trucks, the British steel, the Canadian food, these contributions to the Soviet war effort have been quantified in subsequent research. And while historians argue about the precise counterfactual of what would have happened without them, the general conclusion is that Lend-Lease did not win the war for the Soviet Union, but did accelerate its capacity to conduct the kind of deep operations that Stalingrad had pioneered. The Battle of Stalingrad, seen from this angle, was not an isolated event, but the opening movement of an operational sequence that ran from the Volga to the Reichstag from November of 1942 to May of 1945. The men who had survived Stalingrad on the Soviet side carried the battles experienced westward through the entire arc of that sequence. Chuikov's 8th Guards Army, redesignated from the 62nd, fought at Kursk, crossed the Dnieper, liberated Ukrainian cities, fought through Poland, and was among the formations that finally took Berlin. The unit that had held a strip of rubble on the Volga's western bank against one of the most powerful armies in the world became, in the course of the war's remaining 2.5 years, one of the most battle-experienced formations in any army on any front. The men who had learned how to hold a building in Stalingrad learned how to assault a city in Berlin. The tactical knowledge of close-quarters urban fighting, developed in the rubble of a Soviet city against German attack, was applied in the rubble of the German capital against German defense. There is something in that symmetry that the simple language of victory and defeat does not quite capture, a recognition that what the men of the 62nd Army had learned at enormous cost in the autumn of 1942 was knowledge they would carry the rest of their lives, through the rest of the war into whatever peace followed. Chapter 17, The Human Scale. There is a way of telling the story of Stalingrad, the way that most histories adopt, of necessity, that operates primarily at the scale of armies and fronts, and operational decisions made in command vehicles and staff meetings. It is the scale at which the war was decided, and so it is the scale that matters most for understanding the outcome. But there is another scale, the scale of individual human experience, of specific bodies and specific minds in specific places on specific days, that the operational narrative can only gesture toward, and that any honest accounting of the battle needs to attempt, even if the attempt is inevitably incomplete. The statistical aggregate of Stalingrad, approximately 2 million casualties, of which something between 1 million and 1.5 million were deaths, contains within it a number of individual stories that exceeds any narrative's capacity to tell. What this chapter attempts is not a comprehensive account, but a set of specific, documented human moments. Moments drawn from the archival and testimonial record that give the scale of the battle a kind of weight that the numbers themselves, large as they are, do not automatically convey. The Soviet soldier Anatoly Chekhov was a sniper assigned to the defense of Stalingrad, who later gave recorded testimony about his experience in the city, testimony that has been used by historians as one of the clearer first-person windows into what the psychological experience of the battle was like at the individual level. In one passage of his testimony, Chekhov describes the moment at which the work of killing at long range ceased to feel like what his training had prepared him for and became something else, something that he struggled to name, and that his interviewers, decades later, noted that he circled around without arriving at a direct description. This is characteristic of survivor testimony in general, and of Stalingrad testimony in particular. The experience had qualities that the ordinary language of warfare does not adequately accommodate, and the people who lived through it often found, when asked to describe it, that the available vocabulary fell short. Chekhov survived the battle and lived into old age. He was interviewed multiple times. Each time, he returned to the same difficulty of description. The sense that what he had experienced at Stalingrad existed in a category for which the language had not been fully made. This is not a peculiarity of his individual experience. It is based on the breadth of survivor testimony, a characteristic of the battle itself, an experience so far outside the normal range of human life that the process of translation into narrative required for communication never fully succeeded. The German soldier Joachim Wieder, an intelligence officer in the Sixth Army, who survived both the pocket and Soviet captivity, wrote a memoir published in West Germany in 1955, titled Stalingrad and the Responsibility of the Soldier. The title is the argument. Wieder was concerned, above and beyond the personal testimony, with the question of what the Stalingrad experience obligated survivors to say and think about the war and the regime that had produced it. His account is marked by an intellectual seriousness about personal culpability that is not universal in the German memoir literature. He does not restrict his analysis to Hitler's mistakes or to the operational failures of the High Command, but extends it to include the question of what the men who followed orders at Stalingrad bore in their individual moral lives for the consequences of those orders. The book was not a bestseller and did not immediately reshape German public discourse about the war, but it entered the conversation that Western society was slowly, unevenly, conducting with itself about the recent past, and historians who have traced the genealogy of German memory culture in the post-war decades place it in a lineage of honest engagement with difficult material that also includes the work of scholars like Bartov and Marina. Wider's question, what does it mean to have been there, to have followed orders, to have survived when so many did not is not a question that any individual memoir can definitively answer, and Guida did not pretend to have answered it. He insisted, which is the first necessary thing, the women of Stalingrad, both the civilian women who survived the battle in basements and ruins, and the military women who served in the anti-aircraft units, the medical services, and in some cases the front-line formations, occupy a space in the historical record that has expanded significantly in recent decades as researchers have sought out and documented testimony that the official histories had marginalized. The anti-aircraft regiment that opened fire on German armor approaching the tractor factory on the 23rd of August, 1942, included women among its personnel, documented in the regiment's own records and in later testimony from survivors. The Soviet military medical system relied heavily on women, as nurses, as medical orderlies, as frontline medics who retrieved wounded soldiers from positions under fire. And their contribution to the battle's outcome, through the reduction of casualty mortality and the return of wounded soldiers to combat duty, was operationally significant in ways that purely martial narratives tend not to quantify. Soviet women snipers served on multiple fronts, and some served at Stalingrad specifically. Their records are documented in Soviet military personnel files that have been studied by researchers working on the history of women in the Red Army. The civilians, the women who spent the battle in the ruins of the city they had lived in, managing the survival of children, the elderly, and the wounded with resources that were almost nothing, left testimony that exists primarily in the form of survivor interviews conducted decades after the war. Testimony that is fragmentary and partial, and that represents, for that reason, a historiographical challenge that researchers continue to address through the painstaking work of locating and recording what remains. The question of children in Stalingrad, a question that the standard military history of the battle does not pause on, but that the human history of the battle demands, is addressed in fragments of testimony and local historical research that together produce a picture of extraordinary, inadmissible hardship. Children who were in the city when the bombing began on the 23rd of August were, in many cases, separated from their families in the chaos of the initial destruction and the desperate evacuation attempts that followed. Some survived in the ruins alongside civilian adults. Some were taken across the Volga with other evacuees and ended up in regions of the Soviet Union that they had never seen, separated from parents who were in the city or had died in it. The Volga crossing the evacuated civilians was itself a dangerous operation. German aircraft attacked it, and Soviet records include accounts of boats carrying civilian evacuees being sunk. The documentation of what happened to the children of Stalingrad is, by comparison with the documentation of military operations, extremely thin, a reflection of the priorities of the record-keeping systems of the period, of the chaos of the battle, and of the relative absence of institutional attention to civilian experience in the military historical tradition. Local historians and memorial organizations in Volgograd have spent decades attempting to supplement the thin official record with testimony gathered from survivors and their descendants, building a picture that is necessarily incomplete and permanently so. The Soviet military medical system at Stalingrad operated under conditions that would have been recognized by any peacetime standard as collapse. Field hospitals on the eastern bank of the Volga received wounded from the western bank by boat, by raft, by improvised means, in conditions of German artillery fire and aerial attack, often at night, in temperatures that fell as the autumn advanced. Medical personnel including large numbers of women, worked in facilities that were overcrowded, under-equipped, and under continuous supply pressure. The rate of return to duty of wounded soldiers, the proportion of those evacuated from the pocket who recovered sufficiently to return to combat, has been cited in Soviet military medical histories as evidence of the system's effectiveness under the conditions. The suffering of the men in transit, the wounded being moved by river under fire, inadequately sheltered from the cold, with pain management that was limited by drug supply constraints, is documented in the medical records and in the testimony of survivors in terms that are, when read in detail, almost unbearable. It is one of the dimensions of the battle that the calm language of operational history requires effort to fully engage with. The accumulated individual suffering behind the casualty statistics, the specific human cost of each number in the aggregate. The story of Ivan Ludnikov's division, the 138th Rifle Division, effectively surrounded in the small pocket behind the Barricade factory that Soviet newspapers called Ludnikov's Island, is a microcosm of the entire Stalingrad defense, compressed into an area so small that military maps showed it as a point rather than a zone. The division, cut off from the rest of the 62nd Army by German forces that had broken through to the Volga between its position and the main Soviet line, maintained its resistance for weeks on supply, delivered by small boat from the eastern bank, and by the improvised methods of men who have decided they will not give up the ground they are standing on. The boats that ran to Ludnikov's Island did so under direct fire, at night, carrying ammunition and food, and taking out wounded in conditions that required a specific kind of courage. Not the explosive courage of an assault, but the sustained, repetitive courage of a person who performs a dangerous task repeatedly, because the alternative is the abandonment of the people depending on the task being done. The names of the men and women who ran those boats are, in most cases, not in the popular histories of the battle. They are in the Soviet naval records and in the testimony of the survivors of Ludnikov's Island, who knew very precisely what their supply line had cost. The island held. The boats kept coming. The island held because the boats kept coming. The experience of the Soviet soldiers crossing the Volga into the city for the first time. The experience of arriving as a reinforcement into a battle that was already at the edge of survival is described in the testimony of veterans with a consistency of imagery that suggests it was genuinely a formative moment. The crossing in small boats under fire, the western bank coming closer through darkness and smoke, the sound of the city growing louder as they approached. One feature that appears in multiple accounts is the smell. The smell of burning, of rubble dust, of things that soldiers do not want to describe more precisely, that was present in the city from August onwards, and that anyone who entered the city encountered before they saw anything. Another recurring feature is the disorientation of the first hours. The city was not navigable in the way that soldiers trained for conventional warfare expected. The streets that appeared on maps did not correspond to the terrain on the ground. Buildings that had been reference points were ruins. Commanders who had studied the city from maps found, when they arrived, that the map and the reality were connected only approximately, and that the experience of the actual terrain had to be acquired the hard way, under fire, one ruined block at a time. This kind of disorientation, the gap between represented knowledge and lived experience, is a recurring feature of accounts of Stalingrad from both sides, and it captures something about the nature of the battle that the clean lines of operational maps do not convey. It was, before anything else, an experience of a specific physical place, experienced by specific bodies, under conditions that no amount of prior knowledge could fully prepare a person for. The final human dimension of Stalingrad that this chapter pauses on is the experience of the Soviet citizens who liberated, or who were liberated in the city after the Germans' surrender on the 2nd of February, 1943. The city that the Red Army now controlled was not a city in any functional sense. It was a ruin of approximately 50 kilometers of former urban fabric, with almost no standing structures that had not been damaged, no water or sewage system, no electricity, no food supply, beyond what military logistics could provide. The civilians who had survived the battle, in basements, in ruins, in the ravines, and on the eastern bank, emerged into a landscape that bore almost no physical relationship to the city they had lived in before June of 1941. Soviet officials who arrived with the first administrative and reconstruction teams documented their observations in reports that have been studied by historians examining the immediate aftermath of the battle. The silence of the city on the first days after the surrender, broken only by the wind across the rubble. The traces of civilian life in the ruins. Furniture, personal belongings, the physical residue of households that had been destroyed midlife. The bodies, still unburied, that the battle had left in numbers that overwhelmed any immediate effort at collection. The reconstruction would begin within days. It was a political and practical necessity. But the people who walked into the ruins in the first days of February 1943 walked into something that had no precedent and no adequate language, only the weight of what it had been and the open question of what it might become. Chapter 18, 200 Days. And what remains, there is a final accounting that any serious engagement with Stalingrad must attempt, and it is not primarily a military accounting or a statistical one, though both of those are necessary. It is an accounting of meaning, of what the 200 days from the 17th of July, 1942, to the 2nd of February, 1943, mean in the larger human story that includes them, and what they continue to mean in the present from which we look back at them. The military meaning is the clearest and the most settled. Stalingrad was the decisive turning point on the Eastern Front, the battle after which Germany never again held the strategic initiative in the Soviet Union, the defeat from which the Wehrmacht never recovered its pre-battle capacity for the kind of operation that had taken it from the German border to the gates of Moscow and to the banks of the Volga. This is not a contested claim. It is the professional consensus of military historians across the national traditions that have studied it, and it is a consensus that the archival work of recent decades has strengthened rather than complicated. The argument about whether Stalingrad was the turning point of the entire war, as opposed to one of several turning points, continues, and it is a productive argument because it requires engagement with the full strategic picture of the global conflict. But even those historians who distribute the weight of the turning point across multiple theatres and multiple events acknowledge that Stalingrad's place in that distribution is large and defining. The political meaning of Stalingrad, its meaning as a political event, both within the Soviet Union and in the international context of the war, is somewhat more complicated than the military meaning, and somewhat more contingent on the specific political perspective from which it is examined. Within the Soviet Union, the battle was immediately and continuously used as a demonstration of the correctness of Soviet leadership and the superiority of the Soviet system, a use that required the suppression of the aspects of the battle's history that complicated this claim, including the planning failures of the spring, the devastating losses of the first year, and the role of coercion in maintaining military discipline during the defense. The international political meaning of Stalingrad was felt most immediately in the Allied capitals, in London and Washington, where the scale of the Soviet victory and the strategic transformation it represented were recognized with a mixture of relief and calculation. President Franklin Roosevelt sent a congratulatory message to Stalin describing Stalingrad as one of the finest examples of fighting quality and determination ever shown by any army in any war. Prime Minister Winston Churchill had the captured German battle flag from Stalingrad displayed in London. These gestures were genuine in their recognition of the achievement. They also reflected the political context of an alliance in which the Soviet Union had borne a disproportionate share of the land war against Germany since 1941, and in which British and American leaders understood, with varying degrees of comfort, that the debt of strategic burden sharing would shape the post-war political settlement in ways that could not yet be fully calculated. The moral meaning of Stalingrad, the question of what the battle's conduct and outcome suggest about moral categories that transcend the military and political, is the dimension of the battle's legacy that the historical scholarship has approached most carefully and with the most explicit acknowledgement of its difficulty. Both sides committed acts at and around Stalingrad that are not defensible by the standards of the laws of war or by ordinary human moral standards. The shooting of prisoners, the use of civilians in ways that expose them to lethal risk, the systematic starvation of encircled soldiers through inadequate supply, the reprisals and political violence that the Soviet state conducted against its own citizens in the context of the battle. The German side bears the larger moral weight by any fair accounting, because it was the German state that initiated the war of conquest and extermination in the Soviet Union that produced the conditions in which all of these acts took place. But acknowledging the asymmetry of moral responsibility does not eliminate the requirement to document and account for the acts of the other side and the historiography that has emerged since the opening of Soviet archives has been honest about this requirement in ways that the earlier politically managed historical literature was not. The moral meaning of Stalingrad is not a simple story of good defeating evil, though the outcome was, in the sense that matters most, the defeat of a project of conquest and genocide by a people defending their homes and their lives. It is a more complicated story, one in which the methods of survival were sometimes themselves brutalizing, in which the state that organized the defense was itself capable of great violence against its own citizens, and in which the full human cost of the battle exceeds any moral framework that asks only who was right and who was wrong. The historiographical meaning of Stalingrad, its meaning as a subject of historical study and debate, is reflected in the sheer size of the literature it has generated. No single battle of the Second World War has produced a larger or more diverse body of historical writing, and the diversity of that writing, in national tradition, in methodological approach, in access to source material, is itself a measure of the battle's significance. The German tradition of Stalingrad scholarship, shaped by the distinctive moral and political context of post-war West Germany, and now reunified Germany, has moved through phases that track the broader trajectory of German engagement with the Nazi past, from the early post-war emphasis on operational narrative and the exculpatory role of Hitler's interference, through the more critical engagement with Wehrmacht culpability that characterized scholarship from the 1980s onward to the current generation of researchers working with digitized German military records and Russian archival materials to produce accounts at a resolution and honesty that earlier scholarship could not approach. The Russian and Soviet tradition has its own trajectory, from the heroic, official narrative of the Stalin era, through the more humanizing treatment of the Khrushchev thaw, through the complex negotiations between historical honesty and political utility that have characterized post-Soviet Russian engagement with the war as history. The Western tradition, British, American, French, and others, has drawn on both the German and Russian material, has contributed its own methodological innovations, and has been periodically accused of projecting Cold War frameworks onto the history of a conflict that preceded the Cold War's full emergence. All three traditions are, in the current period, in active dialogue with each other, in ways that the political divisions of the Cold War made impossible, and the Stalingrad scholarship that is being produced now. Careful, archivally grounded, comparative, is the best that has ever been written. The meaning of Stalingrad for the soldiers who survived it, the Soviet veterans who lived into the post-war decades, the German survivors who came home from captivity to rebuild cities that had moved on, was a meaning that resisted the categories that official commemoration and national narrative tried to provide. Veterans' accounts, gathered across the decades since the battle by researchers and journalists and oral historians, consistently describe a gap between the public meaning of what they had done and their private experience of having done it. A gap that manifests differently in different testimonies, but that is present as a structural feature in almost all of them. Soviet veterans described the experience of returning from a battle that the state had made into a symbol of national heroism to a society that, in many cases, did not want to hear the specific details of what the heroism had actually consisted of. German veterans described the experience of returning from a defeat that the state had made into a symbol of sacrifice to a society that, in the process of rebuilding itself, had organized its relationship to the recent past around a careful management of what was remembered and how it was framed. In both cases, the veteran's actual experience, the specific, embodied, unmanageable knowledge of what they had been through, did not fit neatly into the frames that were available to hold it. They carried it as people who have been through extreme experiences carry them, imperfectly, partially, in ways that shaped their lives without being fully communicable to the people around them who had not been there. The city of Volgograd today contains, within its modern urban fabric, a set of deliberate interruptions to the flow of ordinary life. The memorial, complex on the Mamayev Kurgan, the preserved ruin of Pavlov's house, the Panorama Museum that presents the battle through a massive circular painting combined with a material display of weapons and personal effects. The cemeteries on the outskirts where both Soviet soldiers and, in a newer cemetery, German soldiers are buried within a few kilometers of each other. The Panorama Museum alone receives hundreds of thousands of visitors per year. The school curriculum in Volgograd and across Russia gives the battle an attention and a prominence that reflects both its genuine historical significance and its political usefulness to a Russian national identity that draws heavily on the memory of the Great Patriotic War. The tension between genuine memorial, the obligation to the dead, the obligation to honest memory, and political instrument, the use of the past to serve present purposes, is present in how every state that participated in the Second World War manages its relationship to that war's memory. At Stalingrad, the tension is particularly visible because the battle's significance was so large and its human cost was so personal to so many families across so many countries that the gap between official memorial and private grief has never fully closed. The motherland calls, stands on the kurgan, and looks westward, sword raised, toward the direction from which the German assault came in 1942. She has been looking in that direction for more than 50 years. The ground beneath her feet still gives up its dead. There is a photograph, one of the most widely reproduced images from the entire battle, that shows a column of column German prisoners walking through the ruins of Stalingrad in the days immediately following the surrender. The men are walking through a landscape of total destruction. Their greatcoats inadequate to the cold, their faces, in the few where the image is sharp enough to see, carrying an expression that the camera has preserved, but that no caption has ever adequately described. The ruins through which they are walking are the ruins of the city that they were sent to capture, and that their army spent 3 months trying to take. They are walking through the proof of their failure, through the evidence of what the attempt cost, through the physical remains of a city that was asked to absorb an assault that it absorbed and survived. The Soviet soldier in the photograph, walking alongside the column, is not looking at the Germans. He is looking ahead, at the road, at whatever is next, at the direction of the remainder of a war that still had 2 years and thousands of kilometers to go. The image contains, in a single frame, something that the hundreds of thousands of words in this account have been attempting to approach from multiple directions. The specific weight of what happened here, the specific cost, the specific evidence of what human beings are capable of doing to each other, and sometimes, at enormous expense, capable of surviving. The 200 days of the Battle of Stalingrad do not compress into a lesson or a moral or a single clear meaning. They are too large and too costly and too complicated for any single frame to hold. What they offer to anyone willing to spend the time with them is something different, a record, imperfect, partial, contested, and perpetually revised, of what happened when one of the largest armies in the world attempted to take a city from a defender who had decided not to give it up. The record shows military brilliance and military catastrophe. It shows human endurance at a scale and duration that is difficult to hold in the mind. It shows the consequences of ideology. The ideology that sent the Sixth Army into Russia, the ideology that organized the Soviet defense, measured in the specific, irreducible, individual deaths of more than 1 million people. It shows institutions learning under fire, at the cost of failure, the lessons that survival required. It shows the gap between the decisions made at the top of command structures and the experience of the men and women at the bottom of those structures who bore the consequences of those decisions in their bodies and their lives. And it shows in the outcome. The frozen ruins, the German surrender, the Soviet soldiers standing on the Volga bank, that the direction of the Second World War had changed permanently in a city on a Russian river over the course of 200 days, that neither side had expected to last as long as they did, or to cost as much as they cost. There is one more thing to say, and it is perhaps the most important. The Battle of Stalingrad is not finished. It is not finished in the soil of Volgograd, where the dead are still being found. It is not finished in the archives, where documents are still being declassified, digitized, and analyzed. It is not finished in the families of the missing, where the absences of men who went to Stalingrad and did not come back are still, in some cases, unresolved facts of family history. It is not finished in the political life of Russia, where the battle is a living reference point for a national identity that continues to need it. It is not finished in the military academies and staff colleges, where the operational lessons of November 1942 are still being studied by officers who may have to apply them in cities they have not yet seen. And it is not finished in the human conversation about what war is and what it costs and what it asks of the people caught inside it. A conversation that Stalingrad entered in the autumn of 1942 and has never left. The city changed its name. The rubble was cleared. New buildings rose on the ground where the old ones fell. The Volga runs as it always ran, wide, cold in winter, carrying the reflection of whatever sky is above it on whatever day you stand at its bank. The battle is over. The reckoning continues, and somewhere in the soil of the hill where the motherland stands, with her sword raised toward the western sky, a soldier who was somebody's son is waiting to be found and named and brought at last to rest.